The live stream is starting. I am passing host to Mumi. And this is James Green's English classroom. And we have a couple of classes today. Munmi Sharma is the first teacher. Then we have James Green, Rahma, 1 hour of break. And then the board of directors meeting at 16 UTC to 17:30. And I'm introducing our teacher today. Munmi from India has been teaching English literature for 9 years at private schools and as a home tutor. She is passionate about teaching and copy editing. She holds master degree in English literature, bachelor degree in education, master degree in philosophy, diploma in teaching of English second language, TSL, and certificate in Montessori training. She is interested in philosophy, psychology, and English literature. She likes sports and writing fiction. In James Green's English classroom, she wants to explore her teaching skills through an interaction with the world and is grateful to Mr. Green for this opportunity. Thanks for teaching here.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Yeah. So, hello everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's evening anyway. Different places, people from different places are here.
Good evening.
So, yeah.
Good afternoon, sorry, afternoon, yeah.
Okay, in your place it's afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, so welcome everyone here to this James Green's English classroom. I'm Munmi and I will be teaching English grammar for intermediate learners. However, beginner and advanced students can also join. And I would like you to turn on the camera if you can, because just a few participants and it's like I want to make more. So if you don't mind, you can turn on your camera so that we can have a successful class. Hi, Basam. It's B Assam or Basam. I don't know. Anyway, so I teach English grammar every Friday at 12 UTC. And I have been using a grammar book, English Grammar in Use by Raymond Murphy, 5th edition. And in our last class, if you have joined and remember, I was teaching about infinitive and use of ing with different verb. And this class is again, in this class, I am going to introduce something similar but different. Today, we are going to learn something about prepositional verb and phrasal verb. Though the chapter is not named as prepositional verb or phrasal verb, but it's almost the construction is like same. And so before starting with the class, I would like to know from you, anyone has any idea about preposition? What is preposition in English, or what is phrase in English? Anyone has any idea? Before, I'm just giving a warm-up exercise for you. Before the class, anyone has? Do you know what is preposition or phrasal or phrased? What does that mean? Have you heard it before? Hi, Habakkuk.
Afraid?
Yeah, Amina, you want to say about phrase? Do you know about that phrase? What's that?
I didn't get your question.
Yeah, I was saying, anyone knows about phrase? What does phrase means? Or what in English grammar, what does phrase means or preposition? Do you have any idea about phrase or preposition?
Yeah, I think phrase is a sentence which composed of subject, verb, and complement, I think, and to give meaning of about something.
Yeah. So that actually not a sentence. Phrase is not a sentence. Phrase does not have subject and verb unit. And to be a sentence subject, there should be subject and verb unit, which is in clause. Therefore, there's a first difference between clause and phrase. So phrase has either subject and the other part, or the verb or other part, but not subject and verbs together. You will never find in a phrase. And preposition, anyone has idea what is preposition? No? Okay, so preposition, yeah. Want to say, Amina?
Yeah, I don't know if I can explain that, but
it's okay. It's okay. What you have ideas, just tell me.
Yeah,
you can share it.
Preposition is how to say short words, or we can use to make clear something. For example, on, in, at. We use.
Yes, these are the words. Yeah, these are the words.
Yes.
Preposition, in, on, at. They are the most common preposition. Actually, preposition is it is a part of speech which is actually sit always before noun or pronouns. Preposition always come before noun and pronoun, and it connects that noun and pronoun to the other part of the sentence, other noun of the noun in the or pronoun in the sentence. So like to, in, and, ought, to, in, on, at, and there are so many of, there are so many prepositions. But today we are going to learn about prepositional. Construction is almost similar like phrasal verb and the construction of prepositional verb. And so I'm going to start today's lesson with the following the book. That is, I'm going to share. I guess all of you can see this.
Yes.
Yeah. So verb, unit 62, verb plus preposition and plus ing form. Ing form here, this is we have been discussing in our last classes. That is gerund. Gerund, that means when a verb has ing form, like going, walking, running, dancing, and the word is used as noun. That is called gerund form of verb. Gerund form. Verb plus verb ing, verbing, which is called gerund, that is a noun. Though it is verb adding ing to the verb, but it acts as a noun. Like walking is a good exercise. Walking. What is a good exercise? Walking is a good exercise. So walking here, it is noun, not verb. I am walking in the park. That walking, ing is verb. But walking is a good exercise. It's not, walking is not verb, but it is a noun. So that is gerund, we call. Let us see. Verb plus preposition plus ing. Succeed in. ing. Insist on ing. So we are going to use those verb plus preposition with gerund. Let us see the construction, and I need someone to, hi Muqaddas. Now I can see your beautiful face. So I want someone to read this. Who is going to help me? Section A, Who is going to help me? I want active participation from the class. Siddharaj, Amina, would you please turn on your camera if you don't mind? I'm not forcing you, but I would love to. I would love to see your face.
Yeah. Okay. We use some verbs, preposition, object. For example, verb plus preposition plus object. We talked about the problem. I apologized for what I said.
Okay. And the next?
If the object is another verb, we use ing, verb plus preposition plus ing. We talked about going to South America. You should apologize for not telling the truth.
Yeah, okay. Stop now. Yeah.
Thank you.
So over here, the construction is, we use some verb, we use some, this is a different construction, okay? We use some verbs plus preposition plus object, for example. So that is a construction on in the sentence, how we are going to put verb with the preposition and then object. Okay, this is a construction within a sentence. Verb, then preposition, then object. Example is already given here. We talked about the problem. You can see we is the subject here, then we talked. Talked is the verb. The past tense is used here. Talked about the problem. Talked about what? Talked about problem. The problem is the object. So the construction, can you see that is the talk verb plus about preposition plus the object, the problem. This is a construction of verb plus preposition plus object. Another example is given. I apologized for what I said. Apologized for what I said. So here apologized is the verb and we have preposition that is attached with apologized verb, that is apologized for. For is the preposition. And then comes the object, what I said. This is a construction of, I call it prepositional phrase. Sorry, prepositional verb. Why it is prepositional verb? And I brought the topic that prepositional verb and phrasal verb. Very confusing sometimes, okay? Very confusing. And here in this chapter, we have both kind of verb, prepositional verb and phrasal verb. So let us learn first what is prepositional verb. Prepositional verb, in prepositional verb, we always have the verb plus a preposition. And always remember that the verb and preposition are attached. Nothing can come in between. The object will never come in between preposition and the verb. They are attached. We cannot separate them. That is prepositional verb. Another quality of the preposition, Rehan, I am muting you because lots of noise coming from your background. Until you have something to say, I'm just keeping you mute. Okay. So another quality of prepositional verb is that talk about. For example, the talk about. Now talk about, even if we don't have the preposition about attached to it talk, then also the verb means telling something, saying something. And when the preposition is attached with talk, then also it has the similar meaning, saying something, talking, isn't it? So in prepositional verb, we always have the, means when the verb is attached with preposition, what that prepositional verb means has the similar meaning with the original verb talk. Or like apologized for, apologize means saying sorry, you feel regret about something. So you are asking for sorry. If the for preposition is not attached to it apologize, then also the verb apologize means saying sorry. And when you are attaching for with apologize, then also it means the similar meaning. Those type of verb, prepositional verb called, and so prepositional verb has some quality that no words will, objects will come in between the verb and the preposition. Second is that it has the similar meaning like the original meaning. So that is the specialty of prepositional verb. In this construction, we talked about the problem. We apologized for what I said. This is a construction of prepositional verb. All right. And the object, if the object is another verb, we use ing. As I said, now, see, verb plus preposition plus ing. This ing is not exactly a verb. We are not putting any verb here. The verb, this verb is actually acting as noun, which I call gerund. We talked about going to South America. We talked about what? We talked about going to South America. So here, go plus ing, verb plus ing, but it is acting as noun. And always remember, after the preposition always will have the noun, not verb. Verb never comes after preposition. Means preposition will sit always before noun, not before verb. We don't say about talk about going. You should apologize for not telling the truth. Apologize for what? Not telling the truth. Telling is here, again, acting as noun. Gerund, we call it. So these are the object. Let's go to the next. Who is going to read for me? You can, yeah. Who is me? Yeah, Rihan. Yes, please.
It's me, Munmi.
Oh, yeah, Muqaddas. Yes. Muqaddas, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. You can use these verbs in the same way. For example, approve of, decide against, dream of, feel like, insist on, look forward to, succeed in, think of, or about. For example, he doesn't approve of swearing. We have decided against moving to London. He wouldn't dream of asking them for money. I don't feel like going out tonight. They insist on paying for the meal. Are you looking forward to going away? Has Paul succeeded in finding a job yet? I'm thinking of or about buying a house.
Yeah.
You can also say, should I read this part as well?
Yes.
Okay. You can also say approve of somebody doing something, look forward to somebody doing something, or etc. I don't approve of people killing animals as a sport. We are all looking forward to Andy coming home next week.
Okay, thank you. So similar way, in the same construction, we are going to use some more verbs. How? You can use these verbs in the same way. Approve of. It is again, we are adding preposition to the verb. Approve of. What does approve of means? Anyone knows what is approve of means? Approve of means agreeing to something, giving consent, permission, or, accepting something, agreeing to something. Approve of. So he doesn't approve of swearing. Here, swearing is swear plus ing, swearing. It is acting as a noun. And this object is not coming in between approve and of. They are attached. They are in between approve and of, no object is coming. Again, decide against. We have decided against moving to London. Decided against means not to do something. We have decided not to do something. Decided against moving to London means they are not, now they have decided not to move to London. So here again, Against is a preposition which is attached with verb decided, and we are not saying decided moving against to London. This is there is no object between decide and against, and the object is coming after the preposition. Dream of. What is dream of? You already know what we dream of. We dream of means what we want. We wish something to fulfill. Dream of. I wouldn't dream of asking them for money. The construction is here. We are using verb plus preposition plus ing gerund form. Asking is the object, not here, and it is a noun, not verb. Though you can see a verb ask with ing, but it is not verb, but it is acting as noun. And always noun, always preposition comes before noun, not verb. So how to identify those ing form are verb or gerund? You can see if there is any preposition before. And if there is any preposition before, then you can be sure that it is not acting as verb, but as noun. Then comes feel like. Feel like. I don't feel like going out. Like is preposition here. I don't feel like going out tonight. I'm so tired today and I don't feel like going to the market. I don't feel like going out. So again here, we don't say I don't feel going like out tonight. So no object coming between them. I don't feel like going out tonight. Insist on. What does that mean? Insist on. Anyone knows? Insist on. Forcing to do something, forcibly. We forced to do something. Insist on. They insisted on paying for the meal. So here again, on is attached with verb insist. And there is no object coming in between, and paying is a noun here for the meal. Someone is insisting someone to do something. But look forward to. See the forward. Look is the verb. Forward. Forward is the adverb. Okay. Now let me introduce phrasal verb. We learned about prepositional verb. Remember, at the beginning we started with prepositional verb, where the rule is that verb and preposition, they are inseparable and nothing will come between them. No object will come between them. Now, phrasal verb is something different from prepositional verb, and many times you can get confused. So, not to get confused, the answer is that in phrasal verb also we have verb attached with adverb, sometimes attached with preposition, and sometimes attached with both adverb and preposition. Difference in between prepositional verb and phrasal verb is that prepositional verb has verb and one preposition. They are inseparable. Here and in prepositional verb, the verb has the meaning of original verb, and prepositional verb almost they are similar. Phrasal verb, alone the verb has something different meaning, and when they are attached with adverb or preposition, they have some different meaning. Example is, suppose looking forward to. Okay, looking forward to. Looking forward to means what? Looking forward to means to think about something in the future and you feel happy about it. You are excited about it. Okay, to be pleased or excited that something is going to happen. And otherwise, look means just a looking, isn't it? They have different meanings. They are looking forward to, they have totally different meaning. And in phrasal verb, one specialty is that they have different meaning from the original meaning, and phrasal verb, they have different meaning. Second is that sometimes it has adverb and sometimes alone. I mean, with the verb, sometimes we have adverb alone. With the verb, sometimes we have preposition alone, and sometimes both adverb and preposition can be with verb. But another specialty is that in case of phrasal verb, object can sometimes come in between the verb and the particle, and sometimes they can come after the particle, like in prepositional verb. So there is no rules and regulations that object will not come in between. Object can come in between the verb and adverb or preposition. That is phrasal verb. Look forward to, here forward is adverb. So look forward to is actually phrasal verb. Are you looking forward to going away? Here the object is not coming in middle, but it is coming after the preposition. So are you looking forward to going? Verb plus preposition, to preposition and ing paying, that is again, sorry, going away, going. It is not a verb, but it is noun. Succeed in. Has Paul succeeded in finding a job yet? What is succeed in? Succeed means what? Means
being successful in doing something.
yes, to achieve something, isn't it? To achieve
Yes.
your goal. Yeah. So succeeding. Here, Paul has succeeded in finding a job yet. So he is successful in finding a job here. Again, here the succeed is, wait, I'm just admitting. Okay, so here succeed is the verb, then preposition plus finding. Here finding is acting as noun, finding a job yet. Next, think of or think about. I'm thinking of, or I'm thinking of buying a house. Verb, preposition of buying a house. Buying is the noun. Or I'm thinking about buying a house. You can also say approve of somebody doing something, or looking forward to somebody doing something, etc. Like, I don't approve of people killing animals as a sport. So this is a construction of what? Approve of somebody doing something. I don't approve of approve of people killing animals as a sport. Or we all are looking forward to Andy coming home next week. So first type of construction we are done with. Now come to the next construction. That is section B. Who is going to read for me?
Can I read?
Yes, please. Hi, Mona. Hi.
Yeah, hello, how are you?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, great.
Okay, start with B.
Some verbs can have the structure verb plus object plus preposition plus ing. Accuse of, he accused me of telling lies. Another one is congratulate on, we congratulated Lisa on winning the first prize. Prevent from, what prevented you from coming to see us? Stop from, the train didn't stop us from enjoying our holidays. And another one is suspect of, nobody suspected the general of being a spy. Thank for, I thank everyone for helping me. And you can say stop somebody doing or stop somebody from doing. You can't stop me doing what I want, or you can't stop me from doing. And note this example with not ing. He accused me of not telling the truth. Some of these verbs are often used in the passive. For example, we were accused of telling lies or accused of lying. The general was suspected of being a spy. Note that always say apologize to somebody for, I apologize to them for keeping them waiting, not I apologize to them.
Okay. So here, the next Rehan, I'm going to meet you. Please keep it mute. Yeah. For some verbs can have the structure verb plus object plus preposition and ing. This is different from the section A, isn't it? You must have noticed. Now you can see the object is coming in between the verb and preposition. Can you guess it is prepositional verb or phrasal verb? Can anyone guess? It is prepositional verb or phrasal verb. Can anyone guess? We learned that in prepositional verb.
I think phrasal verb, no?
Yes, phrasal verb. In prepositional verb, they are always inseparable and there has to be one object. And in phrasal verb, not necessary to have object. One is not necessary to have object. Second, if there is an object, it can come between the verb and the preposition. And also, it can come after the preposition. Flexible, okay? And in prepositional verb case, it is not flexible. It is fixed. The object's place is fixed just after the preposition, not in the middle. So, accuse of. Accuse of means what? Anyone knows? Accused me of telling lies. What does that mean? Accused me of telling lies.
Like this is Khan. May I try?
Yes. Yes, please.
Accuse means you are blaming someone.
Yeah, blaming someone for doing something. So
Yeah.
he accused me of telling lies. So he is blaming me for what? Blaming me for telling lies. Here, the object is me. Object, direct object, indirect object. Indirect object is me always. You know, who is, okay. There are two types of object. One is direct object, another is indirect object. Always when you ask the verb, what? And you get an answer, that is always direct object. And when you ask the verb home, and you get an answer, home is always indirect object. So he accused me of telling lies. Here the object comes in the middle of accuse and of. Between verb and preposition coming a verb. Sorry, object. So he accused me of telling lies. So this is a construction given already. We were talking about in the B section, we are talking about the construction verb plus object plus preposition, then gerund form. Means a noun, object. So here he accused me of. Indirect object is coming in the middle, direct object coming after the preposition. He accused me of telling lies. Next is, or some other, like she accused me of being dishonest. She accused me of being dishonest. Then the neighbor accused him for stealing his cell phone or anything. So the same construction. Next, congratulate on. We congratulated Lisa on winning the first prize. So congratulating. What congratulating means? We are praising someone for someone's achievement. Again, the same construction. The object is coming. Who is? Khan, I am muting you, okay? So So we congratulated Lisa on winning the first prize. Here, object Lisa is coming in the middle of congratulated and on, between verb and preposition coming an object, phrasal verb. Then prevent from. What prevented you from coming to see us? Means stopping, prevented, keeping something away from doing. What prevented you from coming to see us? What's stopping you from doing or coming to see us? Again, the prevented is the verb, and from, between prevented and from comes the object. Who is someone's? A lot of noise. Who is that? Borna Jyoti. Please keep in mute. Until you have something to say, please keep in mute. Lots of noise otherwise. Other students, other learners will be distracted. Next, stop from. The rain didn't stop us from enjoying our holiday. Stop from, verb and preposition, object comes in between. Same construction. Suspect of. Nobody suspected the general of being a spy. Suspected is the, what the suspect means? Who knows what is suspect? What does suspect means? Doubting on someone.
Means, yeah, it means to
Be
doubt
doubtful
on
about
somebody.
Yes, we are doubtful about something. So nobody suspected the general of being a spy. So here the suspect is the verb and of preposition, and general object, general indirect object is coming in between the subject and of preposition. And the last one is the thank for. I thanked everyone for helping me. Thank is the verb and for is the preposition, and everyone indirect object. Can you see here something that we using the pronoun or the person? The person we are putting in as an the person we are putting between the verb and the preposition. Indirect objects we are putting in the middle. So you can say stop somebody doing or stop somebody from doing. Like you can stop me doing what I want, or this construction is also correct. You can't stop me from doing something. Both are correct. Without from or with from, both are correct. Note this example with not ing, negative sentence. He accused me of not telling the truth. He accused me of not telling the truth. This is a negative sentence. We are using the not after the preposition. Some of these verbs are often used in the passive form. For example, we were accused of telling lies. I am accused of being dishonest. I'm accused, he was accused of stealing her watch. So that is a passive form. The general was suspected of being a spy. Again, a passive construction. The general was suspected of being a spy. So here was suspected, again a passive form. Note that we say apologize to somebody. So when we use apologize verb, either we say apologize to for a living being. If we are saying sorry to a person, then we will use apologize to someone. Apologize to you. I'd like to apologize to you, her. Always apologize to. And when you are going to give a reason, when you are giving a reason, then we can use apologize for. For reason, we use for person, we use to. I apologized to them for keeping them waiting. We don't say not apologize them. That's wrong. So again, that is a prepositional verb, to and apologized attached, or to or apologize and for attached. Okay. So this is the lesson. Before starting with the worksheet, I want to share one more screen that I made. Okay. So this will be just a revision of what we have learned today. Okay. So first construction, we learned that verb plus preposition and object, like the dog is barking at a stranger. Now bark, either you use bark or you use bark at. The meaning is similar, original meaning, and when it is attached with a preposition, meaning is same. That is prepositional verb. The dog is barking at a stranger. Don't laugh at the poor. Laugh at. They are verb plus preposition and then the object. He is listening to music. Again, listening and to, they are attached. Prepositional verb. And the music object. He apologized for his mistake. Can you see? There we use apologize to for person. And here we use apologized for what? A mistake. Reason, here I'm giving a reason. Then she responded to my email. Responded to, verb and preposition. I'm waiting for my friend. We are not using here, I am waiting my friend for. Okay, so between waiting and for, no object. Then the students were looking at the whiteboard, not looking the whiteboard at. Verb is object is not coming in between verb and preposition. In the second construction, we are using ing as gerund noun form after the preposition. So here verb plus preposition plus gerund. He doesn't approve of drinking. Nancy objects to working. Objects to what? Objects to working overtime. So working is gerund here. She talked about leaving her job. Talked about what? Leaving her job. Leaving is object here. And talked about. Next construction we learned verb plus object plus preposition ing. That is phrasal verb construction. John accused Sue of being selfish. Means blame someone for something. Everybody accused me of fighting with my friend. She accused me of being dishonest to her. The neighbor accused Mr. Smith of stealing his cell phone. Then I congratulated him on receiving his award. That means to praise someone for achieving something. The teacher has congratulated his students on their success. Congratulated his students on. The same construction, that verb, object, then preposition. Richard congratulated his friend on getting married. Similar construction you can see. And for your understanding, I am giving different colors for it. Your rudeness prevents me from walking with you. Means to keep something from happening. Her culture is preventing her from turning on camera during Zoom calls. While I was making the sentence, I just, I was thinking about what was being discussed on James' class. So I began to suspect her of having an affair with my fiancé. Means to doubt someone, or doubt on someone, or doubt on something. Suspect her of having. I apologize to my friend for being rude to me. So here means to feel sorry for hurting someone. Student must apologize to their teachers for cheating in the examination. Use to for living being, and for giving a reason for the person. For something. I don't think I should apologize for the same mistake time and again. Use for a reason. Clear, I guess. Phrasal verb and versus prepositional verbs. Phrasal verbs are made up of verb, root, and particle. Prepositional verbs are made up of verb, root, and a preposition. Here in phrasal verbs can be either transitive or intransitive, means either it can have object or without an object. But for prepositional verb are always transitive verb. That means always there has to be one object. Transitive and intransitive means transitive verb has always object. Intransitive verb has no object. So in this case, phrasal verb is flexible. Phrasal verbs can be either separable or inseparable, and prepositional verbs cannot be separated. Phrasal verb, a combination of verb with a preposition or an adverb or sometimes both. Not all phrasal verbs need an object. With phrasal verb, object can come before or after the particle. Phrasal verb has meaning which is always different from its original meaning. That is the specialty of phrasal verb. So people requested to cut down the price. People requested to cut prices down. Difference. In one case, the object come later, and in one case, the object come in the middle. She turned down his request. She turned his request down. Both correct. Construction is different, both correct, and that is phrasal verb. Object is coming in the middle once, and then other time it coming after the preposition. And in prepositional verb is a combination of verb and a required preposition. The verb and the preposition are inseparable, and object always comes immediately after prepositional verb. So prepositional verb has meaning which is similar to its original meaning. Like when you say laugh, laugh means the same thing as laughing at, similar meaning. The kids are laughing at the joker. Someone is knocking at the door. Now, if you say just knock, it doesn't have different meaning. Knocking means knocking. So knocking at the door. Knocking at, what means knocking at, and with what means knock, both have the same meaning. And the dog is barking at the stranger. Barking at both has the same meaning. Okay. So for today's, the lesson is over. Now worksheet time. Get ready for the worksheet then. I wish I could give you some reward for the worksheet, quiz time. So, and I want everyone's active participation for the quiz. 61.2, complete the sentences, use only one word each time. So 61.2.1, our neighbors apologized for making so much noise. Next one, get ready, participants. I feel lazy. I don't feel like any work.
Should I try?
Yes, don't ask, just go ahead.
Okay. I feel lazy. I don't feel like doing any work.
Yes, correct. I wanted to go out alone, but Joe insisted on
coming with me.
Yes, coming or going with me. Yeah. I'm fed up with my job. I'm thinking of I'm thinking of
Finding
Searching?
something else or
Finding or
trying
searching?
something else.
trying something else, doing
Finding.
something else.
Yeah.
Yes. Then 5, we can't afford a car right now. So we've decided against 1.
Another one.
Yeah.
Another one.
No. See, Arif, making. Now you are using a gerund here. Put a gerund here. We
Buying.
can't afford a car. Yeah. Yes. Buying, having, owning. Okay.
Purchasing.
Yeah. So next is, it took us a long time, but we finally succeeded in the problem.
Solving.
Yes.
Solving.
Great. Yeah. Next, I've always dreamed of a small house by the sea.
Buying.
Yes. Buying, having.
Yes.
Yeah.
Getting, no?
It's great that Amy and Sam are coming to visit us. I'm looking forward to gerund you use.
We
ing
thank
form
them,
of verb.
we thank them again.
Looking forward to meeting them again. Yes, we're looking forward to seeing them again,
Visit
meeting them
them.
again, meeting them again. It's correct. Next, complete the sentences. Use a preposition plus one of these verbs in the correct form. So here already given the hints. Be, eat, get, go out is already done. Okay. Invite, still, take off, till, try, use, work. I don't feel like going out this evening. I'm too tired. Next, the police stopped the car because they suspected the driver it. The police stopped the car because they suspected the driver of what? You can take from here the hints.
Yeah, steal
What?
it.
But what is the correct form? What is the correct form?
Okay.
Like going out, the similar kind of, yeah.
Like
We are
stealing.
using gerund.
Yeah, stealing it.
Yes, gerund. Yes, of
Stealing
stealing.
it. Yeah.
The police stopped the car because they suspected the driver of stealing it. 3, our flight was delayed. Bad weather prevented the plane.
Take off.
Yes, of course, take off, but what is the correct form?
Taking off. Taking off.
And prevented, which preposition will come with this? Prevented the plane?
Off.
From taking off. From taking off. My phone is very old. I am thinking a new one.
Get a
Yes,
new one.
thinking of getting one, a new one, or thinking of buying a new one. Good, correct. Then I didn't want to hear the story, but Dan insisted me anyway. What comes? I don't want to hear something, but someone is saying. I didn't want to hear the story, but Dan insisted. Which verb we will use here as a gerund?
Tell.
Yes, tell, but what is the correct form?
Telling to me.
Can you read the sentence? Can you read the whole sentence?
Definitely. I didn't want to hear the story, but Dan insisted telling to me.
No,
away.
insisted on.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Insisted on telling me anyway. Yeah. So I'm getting hungry. I'm really looking forward. I'm really looking forward
To eat something.
to eating something.
To eating
something. I think you should apologize to Sarah. So rude.
For being
So rude. Very good. Yeah. Yes, correct. There's a fence around the lawn to stop people on the grass.
Walking on the grass.
From stop people walking on the grass also correct, and from walking on the grass is also correct. Okay, both are stop from or either you use from or without from also it is correct. I'm sorry I can't come to your party, but thank you very much
for inviting
me. Yeah. Then the man who has been arrested is suspected of false passport.
Using a false passport.
And what will come between suspected and using? Which preposition will come? Suspect.
Of.
See, verb plus preposition. Of. Yes, suspected of. Yes, using a false passport. The last one is I did my best. Nobody can accuse me not. Accuse me. Which preposition will come with accuse?
About. For.
No, accuse of. Accuse me of not trying. Accuse me of not trying. Always of preposition comes with accuse. The next one, complete the sentences on the right. It was nice of you. See, conversation is going between you and Kevin. It was nice of you to help me. Thanks very much. Kelvin thanked me for helping him. The next one is Anne and Tom. I'll take you to the station. I insist. Tom insisted.
Tom insisted on taking on to the station.
Yes, that's correct. Now you and Dan. I hear you got married. Congratulations. Dan congratulated me.
For no.
Which preposition comes with congratulated? Congratulate.
For getting married.
Yes.
To join her party. To join her party.
Yes.
On.
Dan
yeah.
congratulated me on getting married.
Getting married, yeah.
We are using the same pattern. Okay. Like me for helping him. Dan congratulated me on getting married. Then it was nice of you to come to see me. Thank you. So Jen thanked. What?
Thank me to come and see.
Yeah, no, Sue for the conversation is between Sue and Jen. Thanked. Okay. Jen thanked Sue for coming to see her.
Thanked her.
Sue for coming to see.
Her, to see him. Yeah.
Next, you and Kate. Sorry, I'm late. Kate apologized
For coming late.
Yes, apologize to me for coming to me for being late, or also without using to me, apologize for being late.
For being late.
Yes, apologize for being late. Or also you can use apologize to me for being late. Last one is you and Jen. You don't care about other people. Jen accused.
Accused of.
Accused whom of. Accused me of. Yes, accused me of not caring about other people. Yes, thank you. So what we actually have learned about in this that prepositional verb and phrasal verb. Prepositional verb always attached. Phrasal verb, yes, phrasal verb is flexible. Object can come in between, and also prepositional verb here the prepositional verb and the original verb has similar meaning. Phrasal verb, whereas in phrasal verb the original meaning has complete different meaning from the phrasal verb. And so that's how we can identify which one is prepositional verb and which one is phrasal verb. Now just 1 minute left. In 1 minute, if you want to say something, you can.
I would like to thank you, Munmi, for your straightforward explanation. Honestly, I learned lots of things from your session today, and differences between using preposition with verb and the difference between prepositional verb and prepositional phrases or phrasal verbs. So thanks a lot for your explanation again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So I'd like to pass over to James now. He will be teaching next hour. So over to you, James. And thank you everyone for your participation. Yeah.
Thank you, Momni. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Moonmi. Hello, everybody. Mukadas, Paimana, Khan, Ramesh, Arif, Riham, Ahmed, Anna, Hi,
Hello, my teacher.
Moonmi. So
Hi, yeah.
I want to remind you that I'm asking everyone to turn on their camera who would like to participate actively in the class. So if you're not going to turn on your camera, that's fine. Just participate as a silent observer for the whole class. I'd like you to keep your camera on if you're listening as well as if you're speaking, and that will help us to create connection, communicate. I think it will be better all around. So as I do every day, I'm playing the joining game for students of English to join on what we have in common, play to integrate our differences. You speak, say anyone else when you're done, and summarize the person who spoke before you. So let's begin. What would you like to talk about today? If you're not speaking, I would ask that you mute yourself. I hear a little bit of wind from somebody. I think it might be you, Riham. So just mute yourself when you're not speaking so we can hear each other more easily. Yesterday, I'm going to mute you, Riham, because I don't know if you understood. You can unmute yourself if you talk. Yesterday, no one had suggested a topic, so I had brought in a topic of interest to me, which is money. We started to talk a little bit about money, and then after the conversation led into a discussion of war and politics. I don't know if you want to continue that discussion. I'm still interested in those topics, but I don't want to impose topics if there's something else you're interested in.
Just begin. What is important to you?
Are you giving advice, Arif, for people to begin with what is important to them?
No, no one is talking and no one is...
No one is talking. How do you feel about the fact that no one is talking?
I think if you give any kind of topic,
that's a positive prediction. You have an idea of what will happen if I do something, but you didn't listen. You didn't hear my question. Did you hear my question? How do you feel about the fact that nobody is talking? As you say, I don't see it the same. I see me and you talking, but how do you feel about your idea that nobody is talking?
If you start any kind of topic, then I think that it's my mind. Then everybody here, they will start to talk. Otherwise, maybe... That's
a positive prediction. That's a positive prediction. You want me, you think that it's a good idea for me to choose a topic.
Yeah.
But you've ignored my question, which is fine. You don't have to answer my question.
Okay, I am giving answer.
You don't want it, that's fine.
Maybe all the person, they are thinking what how they will start. That's the reason they are not talking and they are silent, and I appreciate their silentness.
Well, they're silent because you're talking. You want them to speak at the same time as you and me? We're talking now, so of course they're silent.
Okay.
Isn't it odd? I find it odd.
Okay.
Can you tell me what I said, Arif?
Yeah, you find they're odd. Odd means spectacular.
No. I'm surprised. I find it odd. I'm surprised that you think people are quiet because they don't have a topic.
Yeah. So is there any topic from your side?
Well, you didn't hear me. See, that the topic right now is I'd like you to hear me and what I said. That's the topic.
You said, yeah, you said one thing that just yesterday where you stop, you would like to begin on that. And if they are all the participants, they are.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
Thank you for trying. You're actually doing great. You're working with me to understand me, and that's great.
This is Ramesh.
Go ahead, Ramesh.
This is Ramesh from Nepal, and I'd like to summarize James. James, you said yesterday you began with the topics money, and then discussion went towards war and politics, and you said still even today we can continue the same topics, but you don't like to impose these topics. That's why anybody can share their topics, and I was listening to you, and at the same time Arif also spoke, and actually I like to say I was not silent, but I was just listening.
Can you summarize
to
Arif
James.
before you respond to Arif? Can you summarize Arif too?
Okay. And Arif, you thought everyone was silent, and you gave an option to the members to choose the topics, and in the same way James was also offering the same opportunity, and Arif wanted to offer this opportunity to other peoples, and you spoke to because all the members were silent, and it was not good to be silent in this group, Arif, you thought, and James used the word ought. I think that spells O-D-D, ought. Is this correct, Arif?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Arif. And I'd like to check James also. James, is this correct? You began with the topic, the money, yesterday, and the discussion went towards war and politics. And actually, you don't like to impose the same topics. You don't like to force the members to continue the same topics.
I don't like to impose my topics. I have things that I want to talk about, but I don't want to impose that on the group.
So I'd like to propose a topics. What about health, sports for better health? That's this topics from my side. If members are ready to discuss these topics, and anyone can change or disagree with
Would
me.
you start to discuss that topic if that's interesting to you? You froze there. Are you there? Oh,
I'm sorry, James. Perhaps my my internet connection is low.
Okay.
I think
it
so.
happens.
So I have to stop myself for some minutes.
Okay.
And when my connection is good, then
Sure.
I come back.
Sure.
Okay.
Rihan, I'm muting you for the third time. If you're wanting to speak, go ahead, but otherwise, please stay on mute.
This is Yamek speaking. I want to summarize Ramesh from Nepal. Ramesh, yeah. I want to summarize him. Ramesh actually proposed the topic. I think it was support for better health, but because of internet connection, Ramesh, you cannot continue that one. So, are you right, Ramesh? Your internet connection is not really good. It's slow.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
you're right.
thank you. Thank you, Ramesh. So I'm going to bring up a topic, and if you members like to talk about, we can talk about this topic. The topic I've chosen is about religion and its destructive role. Whether you want to talk about it or not, I just want to say something about it. Uh, I personally believe that a religion can have a destructive role in today's world. Although I know there are some religions that can be peaceful, but sometimes some of religions, they can force its followers to commit, for example, suicide bomb attacks. For example, to force its followers to do something which is not rational, to force the followers to kill others under the name of religion or because of God. And I think in today's world, if we need religion, there is something like if condition. If we need any religion, that religion must be reformed, and the religion must be synchronized with today's values, in 21st century's values, and must not violate human rights. And unfortunately, in Asian countries and somehow in African countries and other parts in the world, we are noticing that religion is playing an evil role. Today, I noticed that a person exploded himself and killed and injured more than 100 people. And that was under the name of religion. And if you want to talk about this topic, I want to know your point of view about religion and its role in today's world. Thank you very much.
Rihan, if you're going to participate, I want you to turn your camera on. If you're not participating with your camera, I don't want to see your emojis and I don't want to see your chat. Are you participating? That's for everybody. No silent participation in the chat and with emojis. It's either here or not. Back to you, Siamak, back to the group.
Siamak, I would like to summarize you. Today you are interested to discuss about religious matter. You said something about religious thing, that some religion force the person to do something, and you see this kind of thing happening before you. It's so bad, it's the rude way, and you are more interested to discuss about this. Is that right?
Yes, I'm saying that we should talk about the destructive aspect of religion, and if we need any religion in 21st century, what kind of religion that can be. Not a particular religion. I don't want to name any religion, and that's it.
Yeah, you mean that we are looking peace. For this reason, it can be any kind of religion where we can peace, not you mean that.
Arif, if you're talking to me, I'm saying that the religion in today's world can be chaotic, and that's why it can cause some unrest around the world. I'm saying about the destructive role of religion. And I'm proposing that if we need any religion in 21st century, what kind of religion that can be?
Yeah.
Yeah, the aspects of it.
You said religious can be chaotic, and if we find in 21st century, if we want any religion, what kind be this religion is? You said that. So as far as you talking about religious matter, and I know many things about religious matter. I know Hinduism, I know Christianism, I know Muslim. These three religion actually I know. I know many things. These three religion, and we see in the Western world they consider Muslim as a terrorist, especially after the 9/11, because they think the 9/11 happened by the Muslim. That's the reason they think Muslim as a terrorist. And in this way, one thing I would like to say that in every community, they have some black sheep. And today's media, they find out some black sheep Muslim and they portray as though they are exemplary Muslim. Every religion have some black sheep person. Suppose I would like to give you an example. Hitler. I would like to.
I'm sorry, Mr. James Green, and I'm sorry, Ari. Can I interrupt?
Yeah,
No,
you can interrupt.
No, I wouldn't, Siamak. I mean, you can't, even though Arif is telling, I don't think it's a good idea. But what do you think? You think it's important to interrupt?
Yeah, I'm saying that Arif is kind of defending Islam, but I said we are not going to talk about any particular religion.
Not up to you, Siamak. Sorry, but that's not up to you.
Yeah.
Okay. It may be that he's doing something you don't want, but I suggest then you wait till he finishes, summarize him, and then speak.
Okay,
give it a try.
Siamak, as you wish to speak.
No,
that time if you
Arif, no, don't take it personally. The fact that Siamak wants to interrupt you, don't take it personally. I want you to stay focused. You are doing great. You're speaking to the group very clearly. I want you, if you can, to continue doing what you were doing.
Yeah, I would like to continue.
Yeah.
And I am saying that, every community, they have some black sheep person, such as Hitler. Hitler, we know all the person Hitler, that he burned alive 6 million Jews. And he is from Christian background. So we cannot blame the Christian, that Christian is not good because of Hitler. Some person, every religion, some person you can find, you will find they are doing what they are doing, it's bad. But today's media, as far as my knowledge is concerned, as a Muslim, I know that today what is portraying media is not the exact Islam. They are taking up some black sheep Muslim and they are portray it before the media, and they show as though they are exemplary Muslim. They are not exemplary Muslim. In our religious, Quran said, if any person killed one human being, it as though he killed whole of humanity. And the verse continue in Quran that if
Arif, may I interrupt now?
Okay.
So you're sharing some information, which is, let me just check this down. Yeah. You're sharing some information. Can you connect to a feeling? Can you connect to your feelings about sharing this information about Hitler and black sheep in the Muslim religion, and like you said, Western society looking at Muslims as terrorists. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about Western society looking at Muslims as terrorists since 9/11? We lost Arif. Easiest way to make people just vanish, just ask them how they feel. Back to you. If you're unfamiliar with how I work here, back to you means the floor is open, the group can come in. Anybody who would like to speak, you're welcome to speak. You might, yeah, even though somebody gets cut out for, is like left, you might still summarize them even though they're absent. Would you like to do that, Kawa? Just summarize what you heard from Arif, and then we'll kind of fill it in, see if you got it or not. You there, Kawa? Kawa?
You hear me?
Yes.
Audible?
Yes.
Hello, you hear me?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
I think, yeah. Hello, Mr. Green. Hello, everyone. I think Arif said no particular, he know Muslim religions and Christian and Hindus. He knows some information about him, and he add some information about black sheep in. He said it's Western countries see as a Muslim terrorist, and he add some information about the about the religions of Islam as a he said when someone kills some people, like he kill all of the human being, and he mentioned about Hitler and when he do and kill some Christian people. I think he said that. Am I right?
Yeah, I think he said that when that's not a reflection on the religion, Christian religion.
Yeah.
I think you got, I think you got what Arif was saying. Go ahead.
For my opinion about religious, we have Muslim religious, Christian, Jewish religious, and Hindu, and some other religious. I know and I have some information about all those religious, no religious want to kill, and something like all of religious mention about peaceful and right of people and all of people equal, and God sends them to recognize and to
internet problems, Kawa.
Recognize all of source. Yeah, right. My side, you can see weak.
You're frozen, and it's hard to hear you sometimes.
Sorry about that. Unfortunately, I go back and after some minute, I want to.
Sounds good.
Take
a break.
Thank you.
Where shall we go from here?
This is Khan. So I would like to replace Kawa. So Kawa said, like all the religion, all the religion says we all are equal and we have to be peaceful. I mean, religion means like peaceful and just calm with each other. So is that he was just saying?
Yeah, Khan, close. Good enough.
Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah,
You hear me?
yeah, clear, Kawa. Thank you.
Good enough. Thank you.
Well, for me, I think in my religion, we basically we have in a year two convocation and day. So we just celebrate different way, like just inviting people and just at home and just give them sweet dessert kind of things. And I have a little bit idea about Hinduism religion. They celebrate different way. I think one of is called puja, or worship day is coming soon, like tomorrow after next day they will celebrate it. So in 7 days they have been celebrating the worship or idol, and that's all I think. And I actually I have also other religion idea like Christian and I don't know, Buddhism. Yep. So that's all from me. Anyone else?
This is Ahmed. Can I want to summarizing you? You said that you mentioned to your religion, you talking about your religion celebrated, and you in your celebration you distribute something like sweet from the people, and you mentioned that some person called that puja coming after 7 days, and you talking about you have also the Christian religion, something like this. Is that correct, Khan, or not?
Well, I think overall correct, but in Muslim case, we have in a year two religion, but Hindu, I was just talking about also Hindu religion. They're like in a temple, they just worship to the idol. So I was just talking about that. Well, overall, okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I'm gonna share my opinion about the Islamic. In the world, I think the religion we have the population in the world Islamic, but I'm gonna show the example like the terrorist Islamic. There are two key the Islamic in the world, like the democracy Islamic and the terrorist Islamic. The terrorist Islamic like issued here in country, in this country like Syria, they killing the people. So if you see the Christian or other religion don't following the Islamic and the rules and the principle relevant with the Islamic killing the people, like what do you happen in Syria. So, but the moralistic Islamic, I think that's the main idea you're talking about it, to respect the different people and believing the different religion, because the different religion coming one resource from the God, and the democratic Islamic, like the respect the difference way guideline to the God. I think the terrorist Islamic, like what do you happen in the world, making the killing the people and stealing the money and using the Islamic like the tools to reach our them goals. I think that is not good religion. For me, I am also I am Muslim, but I'm not like the terrorist Islamic. I'm not terrorist Islam, but I'm democratic Islam. Like I respected the different religion. I respected every resource guideline to the God, and I believe this religion, he respected the different religion, not just believing my religion. So if I'm talking about God, that's meaning I believe in all the book coming from him. And I think that's my idea about the Islam. Anyone else?
This is Amira. This is Amira from Libya. I want to summarize to you, Ahmed. Ahmed, you said about your opinion. You are a Muslim from Syria, and you classified the Islamic 2 points. One is democracy Islamic, and other I don't know the name.
Yes, terrorist Islamic.
Terrorist Islam. And you mentioned about the terrorist Islam, these people killing anyone not follow Islam, like from Christian or something like this. And you mentioned about your country, about this type of Muslim people. Am I right? And I think you mentioned about democratic Muslim should be respect all religion around the world. Am I right?
Yes. And I give you the example like the terrorist Islamic, like the Daesh, what do you mean Daesh? The killing the people using the Islamic as a tool to reach them goals. And that's meaning the terrorist Islamic. That is not for the God, that's for the something that beneficiaries for them. And
you mentioned about terrorist Islam, that's meaning of a group of people called Daesh. These people killing the people, other people without any follow from Islam, just only what they wanted from others. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you. For me, as a Muslim, I wanna mention about the real Islam. The Islam not classified to any topic or any groups. The real Islam, that's meaning coming from heart, coming from my Lord and what Prophet Muhammad said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Other people like tourists or Daesh or something like this, it is not Muslims. It is working under Islam, but it is not real Muslim. My Lord and Prophet Muhammad not say go to kill other people from other worlds. No, not like this. Maybe I classified this type of people politic, working under what they wanted from policy from other government, but it is not Muslims. The real Muslim respect all religion, We here in my country reading all books from other religion. We understand what other people thinking or what other people wanted. We respect each other. I'm very happy because I'm a Muslim first, and in my country, no other religion, just only Muslims. And I see this type of people coming as a Muslim, and sometimes we go to discussion in some topic and say, no, do that and don't do that. As a Muslim, Prophet Muhammad said, you have a mind, you have a brain, should be think, should be follow the right way, not going to hard way. Anyone else?
Yeah, this is Manoj from India. I would like to summarize Amira. Amira, as you said that you believe you are a Muslim, and you said about a real Islam because your Lord has taught you to respect each and everyone and respect every religion. And the peoples who are doing bad things under the shadow of Islam, I mean they are using Islam, but they are working there. They are not actually true Muslims, because as per your Lord Muhammad said that we should not do bad things, mean by killing peoples or looting the pupils, but we can respect each and everyone's, and we should read holy books so that they can do the things for the betterment of human, as you mentioned. And also you belongs in the country where all are Muslims, and you are happy uh, as there is nothing bad in your country. Am I right?
Yes, not bad. I have a bad thing in my country, but the whole we are a Muslim, you know, and as a Muslim, sometimes seeing this group in my country, but as a how to dealing about the group is not like to avoid and to push it out from my country like this.
Yeah. As you know, in your country, all are Muslim, but some of the groups, or I mean, some peoples will do something, but that will not pushed out from your country. Am I right?
Really, we push it out this group out my country. We push it, not dealing about these type of people at all.
Oh, okay. You are not allowing such type of pupils in your country. You just push them out of your country.
Yes, you get it, me, Manoj. Thank you, and I am happy to see you. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Welcome. Well, as per the topic is going on, I also want to hello to Mr. James and good evening from my side.
Hi, Manoj.
Yeah. I am so happy. After a long time, I joined this class today because I was busy in my personal issues. So as the topic, now come on the topic, as the topic is we are discussing about religion. As per, I am a Hindu, but we have taught in our religion that we should respect every religion's equal opportunity, because everyone have their different way in their religions. There are different principles, there are different rules. So everyone will organize or will live under their religions, mean they follow their religion by their own way. But we should not criticize the other religions, because we all are humans at least, and we should have a, I mean, we should respect every religions.
Why? Why should you respect every religion and every idea?
Because every religions have their own principles, their own rules to the people they follow under their religions.
I don't follow that commandment to respect everyone's ideas. I think some ideas are better than others. And I criticize ideas that I don't think are good ideas.
Yeah, and maybe you are right. Because everyone has their own views.
Well, that's true. Everybody has their own ideas. Everybody has their own way of seeing things.
Yeah.
It sounds nice. Respect everyone's ideas. It sounds nice. I do respect the humanity of everyone. Everyone has humanity. Everyone, just as a person, has some humanity.
Yeah.
But some people, do things that are very destructive. And very often, very
because
often
the peoples who will... Okay. May I say something, sir?
Go ahead.
As you said that some of the peoples are very destructive. So these people can belong to any of the religions. But we as well, our media, they join all these things with the religion. The people can be from any religions. They are destructive. Their opinions are maybe different from others, and they will do some bad things like terrorist attacks or to kill the humanity. So they can belong to any religion. So, but here we are discussing, as per my opinion, we should respect humanity, whether it is a persons belong to any religion.
Yeah. Well, I thought Arif made a good point at the beginning, right? That nobody says that Christianity is responsible for Adolf Hitler. And likewise, right, when the United States does things, it doesn't make sense to me to blame Christianity, even though there's many Christian people in the United States. They claim to be Christian. I think it's similar. Many people use the religion, but there's different people who follow Christianity and try to use it for different reasons. I can still be critical of Christian religion, and I am, but I don't think that I am diminishing the humanity of people by criticizing bad ideas.
So, anybody else? Back to group. Thank you.
Silent subgroup time, people who have not spoken yet. Munmi, Azita, Nargiz, Amans, Abdo. Anything you want to bring in? Anything at all you want to say?
I forgot his name. Manoj. Okay, Manoj, you were saying that you are Hindu, and in your religion it is taught that every religion should be respected. That was you were basically trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, to the group. I was born in a Hindu family, and I don't believe in any kind of religion. I actually don't want to say that I am Hindu, and for the society or for my parents, I'm bound to say that I am Hindu, but I don't believe in Hinduism, any religion. I'm just a human. And James said, I always believe in the humanity only, and not other in any specific religion. But however, whatever I find something interesting to me, I try to follow from any religion. About any religion, if I like something, I love to follow. And I love to celebrate different religions, like festivals time, Christmas. I celebrate Christmas equally as I celebrate Durga Puja that's coming, that's starting from tomorrow. And or Eid, I'm really excited about always Eid, or all the food preparation and all. So I am always ready to celebrate everyone's religion. However, I don't believe in any religion. I don't know you are getting it or not. I'm ready to celebrate everyone, okay? Particularly that this religion believe this religion believe that. I have no issues. Whoever wants to follow whatever, just go and follow. Don't disturb me. I'm not a religious person. Let me live and let me enjoy and let me, participate in your enjoyment. That's all. Anyone else?
Hi, person whose name I can't read because it's, Nail. Nail, welcome. I ask people in the group to turn on their camera or to stay silent. Would you like to turn on your camera? And then speak with us? Is that possible, Nail? No? Okay. So then I would just ask, please stay silent. Anyone else who has not spoken? Who would like to speak now? Shakil, Azita, Amans, Nagiz, Rania, Islam.
This is Kawa. May I try
Go.
Summarize
Sure.
Mombi? Thank you. Mombi, you said your parents Hindus, but you don't believe any religious, but you interested Christmas and Durga Puja and Eid. Everything good for every religious you interested, you follow. Am I right?
Yes, the celebrations, I participate in the celebrations.
Thank you. May I say something, Mr. James?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the topic interesting for me. I want to add new things about my opinion about answering that topic. Religious, I think all of religious, as Ahmed said, have one resources. Try all of them to recognize society, all society, and have one sources God give them all of the character to recognize people and to give them some advice for people, and all religions have something peaceful way, and try to help people and try to be kind. It's give same behavior for all human to be good and help each other. And I think bad people in all of the religions have all of them individual act, do something when we react about Islamic terrorists. I think they represented themselves, and they undercover Islam do react bad react and bad behavior and killing people without any reason. And we have some other example in Jewish and the Christian. Yeah, all of the religious have same idea, and just all of them all about peaceful and recognized people. This is my idea. Thank you. Back to group.
Just a few more minutes, and then we'll do surprises and learnings. Rama is teaching a class then for 1 hour. After Rama, we have an open hour. If there's somebody who would like to teach in that hour, it's available, because I want to make the bridge between Rama's class and the board of directors meeting. So let me know sometime between now and then if you want to teach a class. If not, I'm going to do a session on Noam Chomsky, some of the videos that we've been sharing in the politics for students of English and or philosophy of students of English. If you started watching the videos there for about education, who is it for? What I don't remember the name of it, but it's about education. If you started watching that, we can discuss it. If not, you can come, we'll talk about it. You can talk about it anyway, but that's my plan. So any last thoughts from people who've maybe not yet spoken, or about what Kawa had said? Maybe summarize Kawa and then come on in if you have not spoken.
Yes, this is Rania from Egypt. Today, actually, I came late to the meeting because some wrong conditions, but I catch the idea, and it's an interesting topic to discuss the topic of religion between different religions in the group, and between different people is a good idea. Actually, I see that. Kawa, you said that to be the persons who are extremists are in the different, not only in a certain religion, but in I mean on the other religion, not only in one religion. We can find extremists in other religions too, right? Am I right?
Yeah, close. Good enough. Thank you,
Yeah.
Rania, for your reflection.
You're welcome. Yes, and I see that for me, I'm a Muslim, and on my religion, I thought that everyone has his religion, no obligation to be a Muslim or to be. I can't obligate you to be a Muslim or not. Just you can treat with me with my behavior. Okay, no obligation. This is my Islam religion said. If you want to know about my religion, it's okay. If not, I can't obligate you. Yani, this is the main idea. I want to say, I can see different religions here in the group, and I like all of you. Great chance to see other religions, persons with other religions deal with each other. Now I'm a Muslim and I'm not extremist like the media sometimes says about the Islam. I can see Moni from India. I can see Moni, she is cute. I can see others from different nationalities. I can see Mr. James from USA. And no problem with that. No problem, I mean, between the people. As I said again in the group, it's peaceful community. Anyone else?
Surprises, learning, satisfactions, dissatisfactions, discoveries, next moves. We've got 5 minutes to wrap up, and then we're going to pass over to Rama. And I just want to check who is going to host, who is going to Zoom host. Ahmed, will you Zoom host for Rama? Great.
Yes, okay, I am here.
Moonmi, you want to?
No,
Okay.
actually I have to leave. I was about
Okay.
to ask you. Yeah.
Okay. Surprises, learnings.
This is Carl from Syria. Surprisingly, I think when we speak and discuss about the sensitive topic, something like religious, I'm satisfying all people here and give their opinion about religion. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm surprised that in case there's no other teacher in 2 hours, James is going to host a class on lecture. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, about Noam Chomsky. And I wanted to ask to keep the live stream just in case I'd like to.
Yeah,
record
I'll
it.
keep the live stream.
Okay. Great.
Other surprises, learnings.
This is Munmi. I'm satisfied with the discussion. I'm satisfied with everyone's views, what they think about. And I'm also going to leave and I'll be back for the board meeting. Anyone else?
This is Azita from Iran. I'm dissatisfied about this topic because I don't like talk about religion, because I think religion is personal issue for everybody and private thing, and it doesn't need we talk about our religion. It depends on and we think if we think it's good or suitable for us. It depends on them. Nobody, I think, interfere in this issue, and even curious about it. It's personal issue like your brush for your teeth or your take a shower. Just this, no more. That's it. Thank you. Anyone else?
This is Manoj from India. Overall, I am satisfied from this today's class. Thank you.
Other surprises, learnings, satisfactions, dissatisfactions, discoveries, next moves.
This is Ahmed. About today, I'm super satisfied to talking about the Islamic, and I'm satisfied because the people here acceptable the different opinion about the discussing about the Islamic, and about it, I'm satisfied. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's my class. Thank you, everybody. I will see you in an hour. Over to you, Rama.
Hello, everyone. Salam. And
Hello,
I hope
Rama.
you're doing well. Hi.
I make you co-host. Okay. And let me introduce Rama before your start. Okay. Rama, she from Africa and Muslim and diploma holder in journalism. I am currently pursuing as a professional education and teaching our diploma at Frisbee College, currently teaching in the James English classroom and exploring new challenges, loving nature, sporters, and adverse change. Over to you, Rama.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. And I don't know if I'm glad today. A little bit messed up with the weather on my side. It's raining, so should my network lag, please feel free to back me up. And Manoj, it's been a while. Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Thank you.
Really? I can see. Azizi Islam, how are you? Aziz Islam, could you please unmute yourself?
Fine, and you?
Walaikum assalam. Nice to see you.
Nice.
You're looking good today. Okay. Let me see who else is here. Okay. Azita from Iran. Oh, the beautiful lady. I borrowed your idea of wearing specs. Do I look good in them or should I throw them away?
Thank you, Rahma, for your compliment. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, and then we have a new person. I've not seen him before. Abdul Adel. Do you mind saying salam or hi to us?
Hello, everyone, and hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What country do you come from, Abdul? We can't hear you. What country do you come from? I still cannot hear you. Oh, never mind. Then Amira, are you there, Amira?
Yes.
Would you please open your camera? I'm dying to see the beautiful face today. Thank you. Please don't say no.
Okay.
It would be nice to see the doctor herself. She's called Amira El-Mastiri. Yeah, El-Mastiri. Okay, and then we have a handsome gentleman. He's called Shakil. Shakil, would you please say hi to us?
Hello.
Oh.
Did you hear
Hi,
me?
nice to have you. Loud and clear.
Okay.
Okay, what country do you come from, Shakil Ahmed?
Oh, yeah. Assalamu alaikum. I'm come from Bangladesh, Asia Pacific area.
Wow.
Oh.
Thank you,
Yeah.
and nice to have you here. Is it your first time here?
No, it's not first time. I joined before 15 days,
Okay.
but not continue.
Then you should join more. You should join more. Your presence makes this place a happy place. All right. Yeah. Then we have the beautiful lady. She's called Dang Hoanga, Rosie from Vietnam. Would you please say hi to us? We can't hear you, Rosie.
Hi. Oh, sorry. I have lost my voice.
Oh, sorry about that. We wish you speed recovery. See, had we not said, oh, wave to us, we wouldn't know. We wish you a speed recovery and inshallah you will be well. Then we have a lady, I think I've seen her before, but I want her to say hi to us. Quena. Quena, would you mind unmuting yourself and saying hi to us? Quena, are you there, Quena? So I'm trying to check whether people are here or just, logged in and, moved away from their phones or their laptops or their computers. And last but not least, Pan, are you there? Do you want to say hi to us?
Hello, everyone. This is Khan.
Oh, I want to see the med. I want to see the med student. Please turn on your camera. Do it for the family here. Oh, perfect. Oh. How are you, Khan?
How are you doing, Mr.
Good, thank you. What's the weather like in your country today?
Khan is over the moon.
Oh, I see. It's nice to see you again. Yeah, we missed that beautiful smile. And the two people I won't miss out, there is Amans. Amans, do you mind saying hi to us?
It's at 27 result, and it
Sorry, Khan. Okay. Amans, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Amans, okay. Do you mind saying hi to us?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oh, walaikum assalam. That's Bassam Mohammed. Nice to have you here.
Thank
you. Amans, please go ahead. Would you mind saying hi to us?
Yeah, hello everybody in here. Yeah, I know all of you. We Manaj, Mr. Manaj, Azira, Nargis, Ahmad, the coordinator, Miss Duang, Islam Khan, Abdul, and Mr. Green Siamak, and everybody. Yeah, I recognize everybody. Yeah, good to be.
All right, and the last lady, the most beautiful lady I think I've seen today is called Nargis from Azerbaijan. Would you please say salam to us? Thank you.
Salam.
Yes, I love the broad smile. It's making my day, it's making my Friday, boom up, So nice to see you. Please say
Really
hi to
happy
us.
to
What's
see
the day
you.
like, the weather like in your country? Feed us in.
It's fine. It's fine. It's warm. Not like autumn, to be honest. Yeah, and day is busy. I'm a bit tired, but fine. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad that I'm able to join, actually.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining. We have 27 participants here. For those that are joining for the first time, you're welcome. I'm Rahma, proudly Ugandan, and happy to be here. It's going to be 1 hour session with me. And please stay here. Let's, I don't want silent people. I'm not a fan of the silent subgroup, so feel free to say whatever point, whatever views you have. Let's make this class a pleasant one and learn from each other. The topic of today is, I'm going to start it in a tricky way. Do you guys love food? If you love food, just give me a thumbs up in the chat box. I want to see that. If you love food, just drop a like, because booming questions are going to come after that. So do not say that you do not love food. Thank you so much, Amans. I can see you. Other people, Bassam, Siamak. Don't you love food? Please do not tell me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Ahmed, I see you. Gideon, I'm not saying you. Nargis, please don't tell me you don't love food. Just a thumbs up would do me good. Okay, thank you. Azita, do you love food? Please, let's keep this activity going. Manoj, do you love food or not? Abdul, let's see, what's his name? Zoom. Oh, Zoom, that's perfect. Rosie from Vietnam. Okay, thank you so much. That's nice. That's good to know. Okay. I'm glad that people have confirmed with me that they love food. And I want us to jump into something that I think we do not pay attention to, or probably we do not know, where does this food come from? All right. So the topic is farming. Farming. Has any of you heard of the word farming? Do you know what farming is? If you know you've heard of the word farming, or because you told me, you raised your hand that you love food. So I want anyone, the brave one, to tell me, oh, Rahma, farming is this and this and this. Please define farming. Back to you, the audience. What's farming?
This me, Ahmad. Well, for me, yeah, farming is where people put seed, you know, fruit seed inside inside ground, inside a soil, and you know they close the soil there, and they put water, and you know, and the sun, you know, give the lights to it. After some days, it grows up, it grows out, trees grows out, and fruits grows from the trunk. Is that farming, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mans. That was a good try. I would love to listen from another person. What is farming? Please, another person. Please, let's be active here. Manoj, I can see your unmute. Go on.
Yeah. This is Manoj. As the topic is farming, farming as the question, before farming, you put a topic that do you love food? Yeah, we love food. And farming in different sectors like agricultural farming, dairy farming, you can say poultry as a farming, fishery as a farming. So all these fields are related to our food. So to fulfill the requirement of the peoples of that particular, not country, we can say people of the world. So there is a different type of farming is there to fulfill our need for as a food. That's me.
Wow. Thank you so much, Manoj. That was awesome. You've listed the types of farming we have, you know, and I would love to listen from another person. I still haven't gotten the definition of farming. What is farming? Please try. Give it a try.
Yes. Farming, I think, is growing edible plants and also breeding animals.
Sorry, Nargis, do you mind repeating, please? There was some sort of a sound. Okay.
Oh, okay. For me, farming is growing edible plants and breeding animals to supply food.
Wow. Thank you so much, Nargis. Does anyone else want to give us the definition of farming? There's just a gist missing in that. I'm going to pick on someone, a gentleman called Gideon. Gideon, are you there? Would you mind unmuting yourself? Okay. Abdel, do you want to say something? Do you want to define farming for us? We aren't thinking so much. We love food. Food comes from somewhere. It is, you know, it is grown. It is purchased from somewhere. So, Zung, do you want to say something?
Can I try?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, I
Yes.
think really fast, then Zung. All right, Zuni, could you Zung, please hold on a little bit. Really push through. Okay, go on, Rini from Indonesia.
Farming is the act of process, working the ground, start from planting seeds, growing edible plants, and you can also describe raising animal for meat or meat. Yeah, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rini. Zong, please go on.
Okay, I would like to say some definition for the farming, and that is, I would say, farming is the planting area. We people grow the plant. We people, and we can get the vegetable from the farming. We people eat the vegetable every day. That is vegetable are from the just from the farming. That is my definition.
Thank you so
For
much,
everybody.
Zong. Okay, thank you so much, everyone that has tried. Amira, I see in the chat box, do you mind unmuting yourself and saying, just saying it out, what farming is?
I'm sorry, Rahma, but I have a lot of noise here on my side, and I will share, say about farming is a type of business or activity. Some people do that to give us the natural food, and yeah, that's type for me like activity or business. Some people do that and take from us money and do more than that, like something like this.
Thank you so much, Amira. Irrespective of your environment, you still push through. That means commitment. Thank you so much. Farming is a business of growing crops and raising livestock or animals. You find that in our daily lives, we need farming. You don't have to, nowadays, because of what is happening in the world, you find that we have less land or less ability to have gardens, huge acres of land. Still, we can have home gardening. I don't know if any of you have come across home gardening, or sometimes they call it sack gardening, all right, whereby you buy sacks, let's say like sugar. If you buy sugar, there are these sacks or tins that you can still use and practice farming from your verandas or your balconies. So the next question is, what are the advantages of farming? Do you think it's important to our lives? Should we just, keep on buying food every day, or can we do something about it? What is the importance of farming in our lives?
This me a month. I think farming is good because it's like Amira had said in the chat box there. She said that it's a business, some kind of business where you get food in a natural way, like growing animals, take care of animals in the barn, put seed in the soil, make it grow. I mean, the advantages of it is you can eat food that is really natural, I mean, food that comes from the soil that you just put the seed there and it grows out and it grows at the tree trunk there. You take it and you sell it and you eat it. It's healthy, it's natural. It's not like tin food, where people put food in a tin can. Tin can, when it's hot, they say it has radiation. So eating food that is straight coming from soil and coming from an animal that you put at your barn and you cut it and you cook it, it's healthy, that's the advantage. So yeah, anybody else?
Thank you so much, Amans. You've mentioned a very valid point that farming, with farming, you get healthy, healthy, good food. You don't have to probably go to, have your food mixed with chemicals and stuff like that. You're eating something fresh from the garden and, without any additives. Thank you so much. Shall we listen from another person? What are the advantages of farming?
This is Ahmed. So my personal opinion, I think the advantage, your question, advantage or disadvantage?
advantage. Let's first look at the advantages, the good, you know, the
Advantage.
positives. Yeah.
So, like I'm farmer, I'm putting my vegetable, I'm putting my pain in the earth, and I get my vegetable from my planning, and I think that is very healthy. So you know there are two kind of the vegetable, like the industry and the natural. That's natural. You can put it in the earth, and you can, after the period, you can using and the eating and the cooking, something like this. And I think the advantage that is very advantage because you know in the world, you know, a lot of the people like if you live in the village, you can use it and you can put it in the pin, meaning a pin in the air and the earth, and you can farming. That is very advantage, and you can call that is very healthy. And for me, my personal opinion, I prefer the natural vegetable, not industry. Like I don't. There are some. There are the culture in my country, like the plastic home of the vegetable, and you can you can get your vegetable from the plastic home, you know, and I think that is not healthy. That is disadvantage from the food and the vegetable. And I preferring the farming, the vegetable, and the getting from the earth and using, and I think that is very healthy from our body. And that's my personal opinion about it.
Wow, thank you so much. Ahmed, have you practiced farming before in your country?
To be honest, no, because I am living in the city, but I have another home in the village, and if you have the rest, I have the farmer. Sometimes if you have the empty time, I go to the village and I get some rest. I talking about my weekend in this village because I preferring living in the village. And my farmer sometimes putting making some natural vegetable. I prefer it to be honest. But you know, I have the work in the city that is very difficult every day, coming to the city and back to the village, and that is very difficult for me. And sometimes if you have the empty time, I go to my village and my farmer making some healthy vegetable. And that's my, to be honest, I'm not using the farmer in my life. I'm not.
Well, whether I live in the city myself, but we have nowadays something, you know, we have big spaces sometimes on our balconies, you know, our environments, you know, our compounds, sometimes they're big. So what we do is we practice sap gardening or, you know, tin gardening. So you don't really have to let that space go away, you know, unutilized. So this is one advice for all of you. Perhaps you can try, you know, having tins and some, you know, getting some good soils and manure, and yeah, you can grow your vegetables, you can grow trees, you know, just in that space. You don't, nowadays it's a modern world. You don't really need acres of land to practice farming. Thank you so much, Ahmed. Shall I listen from another person? What are the advantages of farming?
Yeah, this is Manoj.
Had to. Okay, carry on, Manoj. Sure, Manoj, you're mute. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. The importance of farming, there are a lot of importances, because by doing farming, if you are doing agricultural farming, side by side, we can also do animal farming, because the need of fertilizers, I mean the nutrients which are required for the plants, that will be fulfilled from the waste of the animals. So we can get good vegetables, a nutritious one, and that is chemical free, that is free of pesticides, and they are also not harming the environment, because if we use pesticides or any other chemicals to the agricultural farming, that can harm the environment as well as for the human beings. So, and another way, we are also getting money, and also we can take either it's a vegetable, either it's a milk, either it's a honey, either it's a fish that we can got from the farm. All these things as a fresh food. Yeah, that's me.
Thank you so much, Manoj. You've mentioned that with our gardens, with our, huge acres of land, with our plants growing out there, they still need that sort of care. You're going to buy these pesticides, okay, so that you spray on these plants. You kill the insects that are, are kind of attacking your plants, because you want, at the end of the day, a good harvest. You're not going to waste your energy for nothing at the end of the day. So you must, just like when you as a human, you're sick, you need to go to the doctor. It's the same applies to the plants. You need them to grow, in huge amounts. You must take care of them. I think another person would love to give us, a view of the advantages of farming. Let's see. Okay. Yulti, are you there? Yulti, could you please unmute yourself? Okay. Without further ado, you look at farming, it's also, it is a source of income. We get money out of it. It is business. You're not just growing the crops for home consumption. You're growing them sometimes to sell them out or to export them to another country. So when you export these plants, you earn something out of it. And also, you find it's sometimes a hobby or a work challenge upon us, that you gain more knowledge. You're not just doing it for the sake of doing it. Otherwise, people would be, malnourished. As for kids, or we would starve if we do not practice this in our daily lives. It is not a specific job for, for maybe just the farmers. Whether you're a farmer or not, it is good to practice, to put these habits into practice. Thank you so much. What my last question is, what steps should we consider before going into the farming industry? What should you consider first? Should you buy a Ferrari because you're going to do farming? I'm just giving an example. What are those steps that you should look at before entering, let's say, any business? Before starting any business, there are some steps you're supposed to take. What are those steps you're supposed to take before going into the farming industry? Let's be active here.
This Ahmad, I think the step that we should take for to get in the farming business is to, if you don't have any knowledge about it and you want to go do a farming thing in your life, job in your life, I think the easiest way is to go at the course that is farming, agriculture course. That is at in the internet. You search that up and you apply that course, and yeah, you learn from there. It's more easier, the course, because you can get knowledge from a teacher that knows more about agriculture in a farming course. That's for me.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe and another one, I think maybe you go to the farm, any farm you found, you see, and you ask at the person who owned the farm, and you say to Adam that you want to learn farming with him. So yeah, that's all.
That's a nice one. Thank you so much, Amans. Bravo upon you. Yeah, you pushed us, you want to do something, perhaps you are not able to go on internet because you must buy for this internet, So what are you going to do? You're not going to sit on yourself and relax. You're going to go to this neighborhood, or this man has a big farm. You're going to, inquire. You're going to ask questions like, how do I start? What do you do? What do I need? Thank you so much, Aman. That was a very brilliant point. Bravo. I see another person. What steps should we take?
This is Amira. This is
Sure,
Amira.
take it away, Amira.
Okay, I think the point of Amanda is very excellent. I see that, and I think when some idea coming to my mind about the weather and the land. If you have a good land, good earth to grow some type of food, this is a very important, because sometimes the earth different from country to country. That's it.
Wow. Thank you so much, Amira. You've mentioned two points that I would love another person to build on to. She's mentioned weather, and then let's see just a second. Yeah, weather and then land. Okay. Would anyone love to explain that? Because Amira did not explain it well. Weather and land. These are the steps she said you should consider between weather and land.
This is Ahmed. I gonna share my opinion about it. You ask about the weather and the land. To be honest, that is the essential element in the farming. And if you don't have the good water, talking about the good water is not good for the farming. That is problem. I talking about in the world, I think there are the one country in the world like the Ethiopia. The earth is not good for the farming, and that's problem. And the water is not good for the farming. And I'm consider that is very important for in my country. There are 4 season, summer, summer, winter, spring, and autumn. And the people here, if you're following the water before the winter is started, putting the pin in the earth, in the land, and if you're talking about it, I following the next question about the amounts, following the online. For me, I'm not following online. I'm not following the internet to get some knowledge how I can farming. I'm following my grandfather. There's something he has some experience and the more experience to putting the plant in the land, and have the lot of the experience to farming about the farming. And I'm considered that the earth and the land and the water is very important and the essential element to farming. Without the good farming is not good to farming, that is problem. And for example, if I am coming and focusing in the farming, and I am starting in the summer by putting the pin in the earth, in the land, and that's problem. And if you get the experience about the farming, you must focus on the contextual of the wealth. Sorry, I'm talking contextual of the water, who is the season is good for farming. And if you get the experience, maybe I agree with Amans, and also I'm following another way to asking the grandfather and the people he more experienced to farming and something like this. Because if you're following the way on the online by the internet, maybe that is not succeed for me and for my water in my country. And you following your people consider themselves have the more experience about the farm. That's my answering.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. That was, you've given us, how should I put it? You've given us some brief history that, we had our elders back then that used to practice this, so they know more. So they are a source of information. However, we are not going to push away the internet, you know, because right now we are living in a diverse world. However, there is no way we are going to weigh this, you know, oh, because right now look at a scenario that, okay, my grandfather was a good farmer, but it was probably in the 1990s. Okay. He has the knowledge, but right now you want to carry on an irrigation scheme, and it has something to do with technology. So there is no way you're going to base it on your forefathers. So it is a two-way session. You would say that, oh, as for our forefathers, they know that, oh, this is the season, because it's very important to know this is the season that, oh, we have apples are better grown in this season than, let's say, July. Maybe July, the sun is so hot and it's unbearable for these apples. So you should push it, you know, perhaps they have that. Okay, thank you so much, Ahmed. That was awesome. Does anyone else want to share with us the steps we should take before stepping into the farming industry? Take your time, think through.
Yeah, this is Manos. I heard Aman, Ahmed, and Amira. I am agree with all, but I also want to add one more things. Wherever we have to start our farming, we have to look about the market, where we have to sell these products, as well as the science, the latest technology we have to follow, because you know, every season is not favorable for that particular field or particular farming. So we have to adopt the science. I mean the latest technology also. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Manoj. You find that we are doing this farming business, but at the end of the day, we want to sell it out. So that's the market. You're not just growing them for home consumption. Otherwise, look at a country. You're growing coffee in the country. What are you going to do with the coffee? Are you going to drink all of it? No. If you sell it out, you're earning money out of it. You're earning money just not only for yourself, but the state as well, your country as well. So you're building on another business. All right. So farming is not just, you know, for our own self, you know, benefits, but also it pushes us out of our comfort zones. Let's look at storage. You're growing let's say you're growing this coffee. You must store it somewhere. All right. Are you just gonna keep it in? Probably you have a 2-roomed house. Are you gonna keep it in one room? Probably you have a family. That's your family house. You're not gonna keep it in your house. No. So you must prepare yourself. It's a step you must think of ahead. Okay, I need some space for storage. You know, let's say like the maize grains. You need maize grains. You've grown, you know, hectares and hectares of maize. What are you gonna do with the maize? Probably build a granary. Probably buy some machines, you know, early enough. You know, have them stored. You know, what are these machines going to do? They're going to grind this corn, and then you have the powder form. The powder form, it helps you cover up space. Just imagine you have like maybe 2 million corns of maize corn. Trust me, you're not going to keep this for a very long time, because you're inviting pests. You know, you're inviting diseases. You know, insects are going to, you know, make good use of this food. And that also, in other words, it leads loss of energy. Like your energy has gone to, you know, to waste. You took maybe months and months digging, or you took months and months, you know, you invested in these trolleys, or you paid employees to do this work, and at the end of the day, you have all that wasted. Like, seriously, I think before going into any business, it is good to research and prepare yourself for all this. Have a storage built, I know that, oh, my yields, oh, I'm going to harvest in October. So my plants are going to be stored in this place. All right. That makes you a good farmer. And that makes you have more money. All right. I'm not being money-minded here, but the world we're living in, you must, everything you do, you must account for it. All right. Okay. And then we've spoken about everything, but I've not had any of single person of you saying funds. Are you going to start farming without money? Does anyone want to explain that? Solomon Sun, would you love to explain the standpoint of money, funds? Solomon Sun, are you there? Hey, Solomon, would you love to explain funds to us? Or maybe Shakil. Shakil Ahmed, are you there? Please, let's not be shy here. We're all here to learn. I love when people are in a babbling and sparkling and just saying whatever they have to say because it's an open space. It's an open conversation.
May I answer on your question, if you
Sure.
don't mind? Yes. I think your question, you're asking about if can we get it, the farming without the money?
Correct. Like, can we do
Yes.
that? I want you to explain that. Without money,
Right.
how are you going to start? Thank you.
Before I answering on your question, let me share the essential idea. If you, in the morning, every day, if you, the farmer not coming the vegetable to the city, I think the people in this city will be hungry all the time. And that's the essential point in our life. The city living, focusing on the vegetable and the farming business. And if you, the vegetable and the people in the vegetable don't work in the farmer business, and that's making the chaos in the city, because, you know, the people living in the city don't focusing on the farming and the farming business and something like this. That's my culture in my country. Number one. Number two, I want to answer in your question. My answering on your question, no, we can't do it the farmer business without the money, because he needed some resource, needed some element, and needed some something especially relevant with the farming. And there are some material, I'm talking about the material logistic, we can use it for the farming, specific relevant with the farming. Actually, I don't any knowledge in the English about his name or not, but without the buy this material logistic, we can't making the farming business, you know. And you need to buy the some material to using to making the some farming business. And like the machine, like tractor, we using that to, you know, to making the some organizable the earth. If you don't have the money, don't buy the tractor, you know, you can't do it farming business. And my answering on your question, that hopefully that's correct or not, and that's one.
Oh, thank you so much, Ahmed. That was brilliant. You mentioned so much that I had like 3 points out of all that you said. You mentioned allocation, because you're a farmer, you're doing it in the village. So if you do not transport it to the city, who's going to buy it? No one. So you must have, you know, some space, you know, you must allocate your resources. Maybe, you know, that's how that you channel your business. You say, okay, I have a stage here, but again, I must have a stage in a different district. All right. Then you mentioned the laborers. If they buy these crops or these resources, or you're paying people, you're paying people out there, you know, for their hard work. Then The money, why do we need the money? Because first of all, you need the money to buy land, all right? You need this acre of land. You're not gonna get it from your grandfather, or you're not gonna get it free of charge. So you must have money to buy this land. Then secondly, you need money to buy the resources, all right? The resources you're gonna use. You need money to buy the seeds because you're not just buying the land and keeping it there. You're gonna grow seeds, you need seeds, you need tools, you need the hose, you need the spade, you need the rakes. So you need the tractors, just like Ahmed mentioned. So we still need the money to do some paperwork. You need a license. Let's say in some countries whereby to be safe on the law side, probably these hectares of land you're gonna do business in coffee. So you must have, some sort of money to chase that paperwork or with the government so that you're not caught offside, So you need to lease or license this piece of land. So there's so many things, for you why we need the funds at first. Then you need still this money to do some sort of research. All right, you're gonna go out of your comfort zone. Perhaps it's sometimes gonna, send you to a different country to go and do research in that country. Probably they are best in that crop that you want to invest in. Okay, then you need money still to bring in investors that maybe you want them to do that job for you. All right, because you'll find that, okay, I am a busy person, but I need an investor to come and carry on this business. Am I going to bring this investor just free of charge? No, I need the funds. Okay, I think I've spoken too much, and I would love to listen from another person. Like, what are the steps we need before carrying on farming?
And this is Amira. I think, Rahma, we missed the water for this farm, for this business. The water is the very important thing for the business.
Exactly. That's why I had to say, okay, I need you people to brain bust. I need you to think ahead. A very good point Amira has mentioned. We are probably, your land is in a dry land. So what are you gonna do? You need water. Are you gonna fetch water every day from the riverside or the lakeside? No. You're gonna need the irrigation system, whereby you can wire water all the way, to water your plants because you need them to grow healthy. You need a productive, you need a productive amount at the end of the day. All right. Thank you so much, Amira. That was awesome. And anyone else, would you love to tell us what are the steps we need before carrying out farming? Sure, check it out, Zumba.
Yes, and I can gauge. What's your question?
Okay, the question is, what steps should you take before carrying on farming? What do you need to do? Yeah.
Yes,
what do you need to do before farming? Thank you.
Before farming, and somebody said, and firstly, the water is also very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, and fertilizer, the natural fertilizer is also very important. Organic fertilizer is one of the important things for them, because so many people around the world are just using the inorganic fertilizer, and then the people can get so many side effects of that. So we need, before we do the farming, we need to prepare the organic fertilizer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Zongba. I'm happy that people are bringing up, booming ideas, and that's awesome. It's applicable to all of us. You've mentioned fertilizers. Very, very, very important. All right. You're going to have fertile land. Sometimes But again, you need an additional fertilizer to make this kind of land, give you good yields at the end of the day. So what do? Sometimes you even need the fertilizers before planting your plants, So you're going to use it, probably mix it with the soil in your space, and then leave it for some period of time. All right. Then after that period, then that's when you can come in and, then start your growing and stuff like that. Thank you so much, Zunbam. And that was very awesome. Shall we listen from another person? We have probably 10 minutes from now. I know, Rosie, you're dying to say something, but yeah, we feel you. You'll be fine. Do you want to try maybe?
Yes.
Hopefully we can get your voice.
Thank you very much. It's not my voice. It's my dear voice. I think farming is very important. Wait. Okay. I think farming is very important for us, and certainly, and now with the development of technology, we can change. We can change the way we do farming, change the way we do farming, and get a lot of productivity, and especially farming has become an industry in many countries to export their products to many countries in the world. And, and especially they can choose, they can create a lot of new kinds of plants and fruits for us with a lot of productivity. And in my area, many farmers stop working on the farming and go to the company. They don't want to continue farming because the money they get is not high as they work in company. And however, in the south of my country, people concentrate on farming, and they export their products to many other parts of our country and other countries. And I think in modern life, we need to change the attitude toward farming. Yeah. Especially we need to apply new technology, new methods, new machines to increase the productivity, to increase the quality of our foods. And however, the thing I am worried about farming is people often overuse too much fertilizer and pesticides, which affect our environment a lot. And sometimes we think that fruit and vegetables are very healthy for our health. However, when many farmers use chemicals to keep vegetable and fruit green and fresh for longer time, so but accidentally they the fruit and vegetable harm our health a lot. It's my opinion. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, pretty lady. I'm very happy you aired your views. It was quite a struggle, but you still managed to push through. That's awesome. Thank you so much. You find that, I don't know if all of us heard what Rosa mentioned, but these are the few valid points I picked. She said we should look at the changes, the changes in the seasons, okay? Then she also mentioned the technology. It changes every day. So the change is not just, in the seasons, it's even in the technology. And you want a high product, you want high productivity at the end of the day. But if you do not follow some of these changes, then the loss is upon you. At the end of the day, you're going to give up your passion. You're going to give up this farming and people are going to starve. So thank you so much, Rosa. Rosie, that was awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, in just 4 minutes, I think in 4 minutes, I need your, just to wrap it up, I urge every one of us to venture into this farming business. You do not have, to only look at people with huge acres of land. You can still do it in your small space. You can still practice whenever you're ready. But before all that, you must look into the steps. You're not going to do a business just for just. Okay, you're not going to grow crops just for just, because you don't want your energy to get wasted. All right, you must need, look at the funds, you need the resources, you need the storage, you need to look at the weather, you need to look at the season, because you find that, there's some countries that they have more than 2 seasons or more like 4 seasons. So what season are you going to look at and say, okay, this is the season that I need to grow maybe maize cobs, or maybe this is the season I need to grow rice. You should look at the land as well, all right? You want to grow rice. Rice does not grow on a dry land. You must look at the area you want to practice this sort of farming. Look at the swamps, because we all know that some majority, like in my country, would go, maybe to a swamp, and it is so suitable for carrying on farming, especially for some crops. And you must look at the market. It's very important, it's very, very important. Look at the weather changes. If you need to study more, education is also key. You must be learned. You must do thorough research, read from different sources. Go to the fields. Don't just base in your books. Go to the fields and study. Get your hands on skill. All right. Then look at the facilities you need. You need graders, you need tractors, you need, you need long-lasting equipments. Thank you so much. In just 2 minutes, please, send in your satisfactions and feedbacks.
This is Ahmed. About the topic today and your lesson, I am satisfied. And that interesting topic to discuss about it. And I'm very satisfied about it. Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Hello, this is the Dongwon, and I'm satisfied with the topics that you chose, because I have already know about the farming, because my family, the career of my family is also farming. So I love your topics. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is Amira. Rahma, as usually, you're coming with a new topic, very interesting for us, and thank you. Thank you very much about this.
Rahma, thank you very much.
Welcome. Rosa Max, you didn't say a word. Tahke, you didn't say a word either. Okay, I see a heart from Pan. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much for this lovely time. And back to you, Ahmed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rama. And we're moving now to the James. James, you are planning to teach the class 1 hour, I think.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Ahmed.
And may I introduce you, or that is not?
Please, sure.
Okay, just a minute. James Green began his working in education at the UNICEF Library in New York City in 2000 and then taught English in China, Japan, and online for over 20 years. He is currently his coordinator for adult English language education at RISE, Refugees and Immigrant Self-Employment, non-profit in the Sarcas, New York, and community-based organization that assist over 100 new Americans every year. He is also the head teacher at James English Classroom, a school offering expressional English language cases online every day. Tuition free, he enjoys studying philosophy, sociology, and linguistics. I think I have some mistake, but over to you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. So I'm doing a class now on Noam Chomsky, and it's going to be a discussion class based on different lectures and readings of Noam Chomsky, who is a famous political critic and linguist in the United States that I think is very interesting, and think it might spark some interesting conversations for us. The class is going to be a discussion class. So it's an open discussion. We're going to look at some of the materials and discuss them. You can participate however you like. You don't have to turn your camera on. And the plan is to have this class regularly. I haven't decided when the next time will be. It may be at this time next week, but that's not for sure. It's not on the calendar. So let me just start by asking, has anybody here listened to the lecture that we were discussing in Discord that sparked the creation of this class, which is something, it's a lecture called Education for What and for Who? Or did I get that backwards? Yeah, I got it backwards. Education for whom and for what? Did anybody listen to that lecture? You listened to it, Fatima? Great. Anybody else? And if not, that's totally fine. We can still talk about the topic, which is a question that before we look at Noam Chomsky's answer, I'm curious about what your answer is to those two questions. Who is education for?
May I start?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Education, according to Noam Chomsky or according to myself?
Oh, first, according to you.
Yeah. Education is for everyone, according to me. It must be for everyone. It's a right for everyone, not just for elites or genius, or not for special people. It's a right for everyone to be educated. And I think we are responsible to educate each other as well. Not only just learn by myself, for myself, but share the knowledge and educate other people as well.
Mm-hmm. So it's for everybody.
Yeah.
Would you like to answer the second part of the question, which is, what is it for?
Because I listened to Chomsky, maybe
it ruined you.
It affected on my mind, but it was similar to my idea as well. Yes, and it's
Well, maybe it would
for
be interesting.
education. In one word, it's education for better life, for starting a journey from darkness to light, for having a better life for everyone, making a better world for everyone. This is the purpose of education.
Creating a better life for everybody.
Yes.
And I wonder if you can help us to track the arc of your thinking. Did you have a different answer or a different idea before you listened to the lecture? Is that no? Basically,
No.
Okay.
It was the same. And I get very happy when I listen, and I found it similar to my idea. That's why I like to listen.
Maybe
more and more.
you didn't need to listen to the lecture then. You already knew.
I learned many things after listening. I learned how to convey to the other people what is in my mind.
Yeah, great. So we'll talk about some of the things that we could learn from the lecture. I want to hear from other people who might have other answers to those questions. Who is education for and what is education for? Anyone else have an idea? Go ahead.
This is Amira. For me, the education that's important for all people, but I prefer the women and children first. It is very important for this type of a group. And why the education that's very important for me, because if I educate my children and all women, I think the future is better for all people. You know, maybe we change another wrong way in our culture to the right way, and to give us better life value, like something like this. Yeah, that's my opinion.
So are you proposing some kind of affirmative action where is that the reason for saying that you want to focus on women and children, that they have a harder time to become educated, and so you want to make sure that they get it too?
Yeah, because I think the man is ready to moving from country to country to get education and learning something easy. But for women and for kids, it is very hard. And sometimes we miss it, this group of people, special kids. And when you grow up, see the reality, and I think face it very hard situation, but we miss it that. Yeah, that's it.
Go ahead, Rama. Did you want to say something?
Amira, I respect your point, but I wouldn't want to push away the men. Because like it or not, I'm speaking as a woman. The men need education as well. So we're not going to subject it to just women and men, because trust me, a woman, as much as she can go into the engineering course, she's only going to stick, when it comes to paperwork. Perhaps that's where she would say, and do all the paperwork. But when it comes to manual, lifting the weights, lifting the machines, she is not going to be able to. So I think both genders, education should be for everyone. We shouldn't subject it to just the women, because in as much as we know that women are prone to emotions, like it or not, we are weak. All right? We are weak, but not mentally weak. So I'm not putting down women here, but truth be told, education should be for everyone, not just, don't push away the men. You're not going to lift, a machine. You can't do that. You might have the knowledge how to do it, but you're not going to lift it. So if you deny this man to go in for the engineering course, then how do you think we shall have maybe these machines in the hospitals? How do they operate? They should be lifted or, placed somewhere. You're not going to do that. Then the other thing, why I think education should be for everyone, because we are living in a diverse world. you find that right now, without education, you're nothing. Your looks are nothing. You might look good. That's why we have a saying in my country that beauty without brains, it's nothing. So don't just be beautiful, but have brains as well. So how do you gain the brains? Educate yourself, read out of your line. Just get out of your comfort zone. Have something, have a career. Other than that, you're nothing. No one will employ you. Yeah, thank you so much. That's it.
Great. So anyone else want to give their answer to those two questions before we start talking about what Noam Chomsky's answer was or is? Go ahead, Rosie.
Sorry, I have lost my voice, so it's not clear. But education is for all. Can you hear me?
Your voice, that sounds very rough. Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, I will try to speak because I have a ear. I haven't been here.
Are you sure you want to speak? It sounds very rough. If you want, you can type something out in the chat and then we can read it out for you. Yeah?
Yeah. But education is for everyone. Education is for everyone. Second, education is available everywhere. At school, in family, and in the society.
I didn't catch. Sorry, but I couldn't catch the answer to the second part. Yeah, sorry. Maybe if you write it for us, we can include it. But who was going to speak as well? Ahmed?
Yes. My voice is audible?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm gonna share my opinion about the education. I agree with this idea and I believe this idea. The education is very important. I think one participant said that one sentence is very important. Without the education, you are not. I believe this idea. And yes, without the education, you are not nothing. And without your education, you don't have any knowledge to connect with the people, and you don't know what do you want in your life. So without the education, you can't go on. You can't overcome in your challenge. You can't expression about the anything. And the education building for us a lot of the things we lost. And actually I have that one idea. The education, I'm not putting my answering like my friend how he said. The education for just the people, he give the value value for the education. He is from sorry. It's for the man and for the women also. And that's my opinion about it.
Okay. So any other last thoughts before we start? I'd like to listen to a few minutes of the YouTube lecture and see what he begins to focus on. Anyone have any last thoughts before we do that about education, who it's for and what it's for? Okay. I'm going to go to the video. So we've got a lecture here. I'll put the link in, well, I've already got it, so I'm going to put it in the chat. But I created a channel in Discord for this topic called in classes, teachers at the teachers' classrooms, James Chomsky class. You can find it there, the link, and I put in some notes. I'll try to finish the notes for the whole 2 hours. I just did maybe the first 30 minutes or something, but we're going to listen to the first couple of minutes and see what he says. All right. Where are we? Yeah, I'm just going to share the sound. I don't think we need the video. Let's do just the sound. Okay, here we go.
Hear it, but I'm sure it was very important, so I hope everyone else didn't.
Can you hear the sound?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Great.
I can hear it.
Well, I'm going to concentrate mostly on higher education, but that can't really be disconnected from what happens from infancy. So I'll say some words about early education too. In the background, there are contrasting conceptions of whom education is for and what it is for. So let's take a look at whom it is for. There are two fundamental views go far back. One view is that higher education is basically for the elites, for the privileged. The rest of the population should be dumbed down, maybe allowed entry into vocational schools, learn trades. There's a more general conception that lies in the background, and which strikingly holds across the mainstream political spectrum. It's more instructive almost always to focus on the left liberal extreme, so I'll keep to that, the less harsh extreme. So for example, the leading public intellectual of the 20th century, Walter Lippmann, who was a kind of a Wilson, Roosevelt, Kennedy liberal, his view was that that we have to distinguish between the intelligent minority, called the responsible men, and what he called the ignorant and meddlesome outsiders. That's the general population, who have to be spectators but not participants in action. And the responsible men, incidentally, whoever discusses this is always part of the intelligent minority by definition. So the intelligent minority, the responsible men who are in charge of decision-making, they have to be protected, in his words, from the roar and the trampling of the bewildered herd. He developed the concept of manufacture of consent. It's a new art of democracy, which has to be used to keep the ignorant and meddlesome outsiders from interfering. He was actually relying on his own experience. These were writings in the 1920s. Incidentally, they're called progressive essays on democracy. He was relying on his experience in the first and in many ways only official U.S. propaganda agency, the Committee on Public Information, a term that Orwell would have liked. It was the Creel Commission established during the First World War to try to drive a pacifist population into raving warmongers. And it worked pretty successfully. It was led by the responsible men, the intelligent minority, who were more or less unaware that they themselves were the targets of an earlier propaganda agency, the British Ministry of Information, another Orwellian phrase, which
Okay, so that was just the first 3 minutes. There's a lot in there. I think that there's definitely a lot of opportunity to talk about some of the vocabulary or even history points. There might be some kind of ideas from American history and politics that might be new. But what did you get from that? What did he say? He's answering the first question. Who is education for? According to him, what did he say?
There's me, Ahmad. I think he said higher education is for the elite, for the minority men, and the minority men that he is talking about drive the enemy out of someplace. Am I right?
I think you got part of it, yeah, right. So it's not so much that that's his answer, but he says that historically there have been two answers to this question. And one of the answers is, as you said, that it is for the elite. And he's saying really he's talking about higher education, but that you can't separate it from primary education, childhood education, early education, that he says actually the two are the same. Both he says it's valuable to think of it, to think of the answers for both of the questions, for who and for what, for both higher education and early education. And like you said, right, for the elites. And what else did you get? Anybody else get something from the audio?
Yes, he said the education is for elite and for privileged people, not for public people, not for majority, but for minority, right? And they are making decision. They're making decision for all the people. They are responsible for other people to make decision for them. They are, and the public and majority of people are just silent observer. They are not participants. They are I don't know the word.
Spectators.
Spectator, yes, spectators. But the minority and the elites are the real participants in the game of ruling of the world and society.
Yeah. And I think he's saying not only are we going to not give education to the rest of the population, the non-elites, but we're going to actively dumb them down. We're actively going to make them stupid and distracted.
Dumb down. Make them
dumbed down. Yeah, we're going to make it really stupid for them, for these already pretty stupid people, these troublesome people, and we want to protect the smart people from the impact of all of this mass big crowd, the general population, big group of people. So this is a piece of American history. He's talking about something that happened in the United States in the 1920s, kind of like the progression of thinking from certain intellectuals, people who are writing about education at the time. He names a few. One person he's talking about is this man named Walter Lippmann, and the phrase that is used, that is attributed, the phrase that is attributed to Walter Lippmann is this idea of manufacture of consent. What does that mean? Manufacture of consent.
Creating agreement only, not accepting the disagreement.
Yeah, creating agreement. Does that sound familiar? We've been talking about in this group agreement in different ways, negotiation, and how do we get agreement? So it's interesting, right? Manufacture of consent. Manufacture is making, and consent is agreement. So creating agreement. How would we do it? That's this person's all right, what his topic is, how to do that, and that's happening in the 1920s. And at the end of the audio clip we listened to, he mentioned a little bit about why it was being considered, why it was important at the time. I mean, it was important for different reasons at different times, but what's going on in that general time, the 1920s, politically, I don't know. Yeah. Do you know, like, what is the political situation in the 1920s that might relate to the manufacture of consent?
World War II?
I didn't get.
World War One. Now, World War One has already happened, so they're writing about it, but it is about convincing Americans to want to join World War One. That the American population was generally pacifist. They didn't want to participate in war, and they needed a way to convince the Americans to change their mind and to get really excited about going to war in Europe. And it is a part, actually, it's partly because they were influenced by the British, because the British wanted the Americans to come to war. So they had their own organization to influence thinking, right? So you've got the Committee on Public Information, that's like an organization in the United States, influencing people's thinking, but that was created because there was a different organization in Britain called the the British Ministry of Information. Now, Chomsky refers to both of these organizations as Orwellian. What does it mean to call something Orwellian? You know, yeah.
A spy. Yeah.
What?
A spy?
What?
A spy?
Not exactly a spy. Do you know the author George Orwell?
No. Sorry.
No. Oh, nobody knows the author George Orwell. Okay. Well, George Orwell is a famous British writer. He wrote a book called 1984. Ever hear of it? No. Oh, wow. Okay. So 1984 is a classic book about thought control in societies. 1984 tells the story of a man who works in this dystopian country, government, future society, and his job, he has a job, it's kind of like the opposite of a newspaper journalist, right? If you imagine a journalist's job is to gather information and spread it out and give information away to people. This person's job is to remove wrong think, bad words, bad ideas. Basically, he is a government censor. And so he works all day to look at any information and to remove bad information that people should not have. And the book is a classic fiction story, dystopian story about totalitarian types of societies and governments, authoritarian types of government where you are not allowed, you are not free to think, you are not free to talk, you are not free to share ideas. You simply must do what the government tells you. And this book has become so famous that the author's name has become an adjective. So the author, George Orwell, if you call something Orwellian, you're calling it extremely authoritarian, extremely strict in how people's thoughts are being controlled and how people are being punished for having the wrong types of thinking. And of course, when George Orwell was writing this book, he was really writing a criticism of the Soviet Union. And so the title 1984 was a play on the year. It was really, I think he wrote the book in 1948. And that was at the time of the Cold War. And the Soviet Union was a kind of society that, you know, you couldn't think, you couldn't share ideas. The newspapers were heavily edited, and people who, you know, had the wrong ideas would be punished. So, so he is describing, this organization, these two organizations in the United States and in Britain as Orwellian, the Ministry of Truth and the Committee on Public Information. And even in the book is very extreme. It's a very difficult book. I mean, painful book to read. I read the book when I was in high school. We usually read the book in high school, and it's terrifying. There's a lot of terrifying things in the book. But in the book, there actually are these branches of government. They are called the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Information. So Chomsky is making a joke about it. He's saying they actually, it's not just fiction. They actually do these things. They call the government organizations, even just like George Orwell called them. It's almost exactly. Okay. So any other thoughts about this before we go back and listen to another segment?
Can I ask you, Mr. Green? So
Yeah.
are really like a person who controls people, and a person not give their ideas, their opinions about anything to the government like that? No idea.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. You asked the question of what the word Orwellian means?
Yeah, it means like you said, controlling people. Don't let people give out their opinion. And
Yeah, it's not. See, it's not just about controlling people with force. The new idea, or the interesting idea in the book, is that people's thinking is being controlled. How is the government using its power to make sure people have the right thoughts? Because in the story, the government already has all the power. There's no question about it having power. But the government still has a problem. The government has a problem because even though it has all the guns and all the police, people think. They have their own thoughts. And this creates problems for the government. The government says, you can't just have your own thoughts. That's not acceptable. We're going to tell you what to think. We're going to, and there are certain ways in which, in the book, it's a fiction book, but there are certain things that happen in the book related to language, because Orwell liked to talk about language. And the idea of editing people's thoughts is about removing words from the language. So if there's a word that's too dangerous, they would remove it from the language. And his goal, his job in the Ministry of Information or wherever he was working, was to make the language smaller and smaller to stop people from thinking dangerous things. And he's always finding what words they could do without.
Make language become small. Okay.
Make language become small and narrow, so your thinking is small and narrow, only thinking what you're allowed to think.
Okay, all right, I got you.
And I think this is happening, yes, in this world. I can give an example. My government here doing the same work and want to control the way of thinking. But the technology and internet, they can't control the thinking of people because of internet. Otherwise, they just want to put everything in the mind, whatever they want. And they limit the language, as you say, and like the word like freedom in Persian, we don't see in words too much. They limit this word or the other kind of words related to this, so it's not new. Still, in this word, we observe and we witness this kind of ruling for people.
So, there is a famous slogan in the book, 1984, and it kind of encapsulates this idea of destroying language. How do you destroy language so that people cannot think? The way you destroy language is you give words new meanings, especially the opposite meaning that they used to have. So if you ever see somebody use a word in the opposite way, sometimes people call that an Orwellianism. An Orwellianism is a change in the language, or an attempt to change the language in a way that makes it impossible to think. And there's a famous slogan in the book, and the slogan is this: war is peace, ignorance is strength, freedom is slavery. That in the book, the government has that like on the front of the building. That's their slogan. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. And right, well, if war is peace, then what does that mean, right? What does it mean to say that war is peace? Is there no such thing as war? Is there no such thing as peace? You can't think. You can't think anymore about it. You just have to give up thinking, because it doesn't make any sense. War is peace. And in the story, there's three governments. And the three governments in the world, there's only three governments in the world. The three governments in the world are always at war with each other. So government A is always at war with government B. And government A is friends with government B. Government C. But then next week it changes, and government A is friends with government B. And government A is at war with government C. And everybody has to pretend like it was always like that. Last week, that was true. And it is a constant assault on your ability to think. You don't know what is going on. You cannot think for yourself about what is going on. You are not allowed to have a memory. You're not allowed to remember and say, wait a minute, I thought we were at war with government C. Now we're friends with government C. Which is it? So, right, we use language, we use the destruction of language to prevent people from thinking and just basically make people give up and become docile and obedient.
Oh, so
yeah.
So it's like making people less smart.
Well, what would you call it?
It looks like making people less smart.
Seems that way.
Yeah, it looks like that. Okay, now I got understand. Thank you.
Any other things you want to say about that, or shall we plod on? Actually, there's one more thing I want to say, because I'm so shocked that people don't know this book. This is one of my favorite books. And there is an idea in the book that is it's very famous. People talk about it. It's called the 2 minutes of hate. Because if you imagine the people who live in this society, it's very totalitarian. It's horrible, right? It's a miserable life to live in this society. But they are given certain gifts. And one of the gifts they're given is 2 minutes of hate. Every day they get together and they are shown the enemy, the picture of the enemy. And they get into a room, like it's like a movie theater. They go into the movie theater and they get to see the enemy. And for 2 minutes, they can just gather all of their hate and express their hatred towards the enemy, right? And they stand up and all of the misery and all of the horrible things in their life, that they cannot deal with, they just direct it at the picture of the enemy. They're like, they're screaming and frothing at the mouth and throwing things at the movie theater. And they're allowed to do that for 2 minutes every day. And then they have to stop and they go back into their daily lives. Okay.
Yeah, and we have the same things here, but not every day 2 minutes, but every week, 1 day. Yes, they go and they show their hate to, sorry, to the countries like America and Israel, and they shout or they show all the hate that they have in their heart to this. And this is a policy for 40 years now, and they control people like this. They don't think at all. They just say death, death, death too. And yes, it's very familiar to me.
So I'm just going to show you this picture. If you can see, can you see this picture of on Twitter of 2022? You can find many similar pictures. People love to do this. They love to talk about how Orwell would be surprised that his book was not just a fantasy book, but that many of his ideas became real, like, or used. They say, you know, a common thing that people like to say is 1984 is not meant to be used as an instruction manual. It was a warning, but not an instruction manual. And so here you see a picture. This is Orson Welles, and he is reading not 1984, but he's reading the book 2022, and he's saying, "Oh my God," right? He's shocked, saying, "Fucking hell," because there's so many things that he wrote about that came true, or maybe are even worse. We don't know. Okay, great. Let's go and continue with the audio. I'm going to play the next few minutes, see if we can get some more out of this. Okay, here we go.
We're not listening, okay?
Sorry, did you say you're not able to listen, or are you able to listen?
No.
You cannot hear. You
No.
hear? Cannot
No.
hear. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops, my mistake. I know what I did. I made a mistake. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear it.
No, James.
No.
James, just share your audio. We can't hear.
Drive a pacifist population
Yes.
into
That's okay.
raving warmongers. And it worked pretty successfully. It was led by the responsible men, the intelligent minority, who were more or less unaware that they themselves were the targets of an earlier propaganda agency, the British Ministry of Information, another Orwellian phrase, which was essentially designed to control the thought of American elites, so they would therefore participate in the great task of bringing America into the First World War on England's side. Another member of the Creel Commission, who was also very impressed by it, was Edward Bernays. He's one of the main founders of the modern public relations industry, and his views were about the same. There has to be an intelligent minority in control, and we have to have a technique, he called it engineering of consent, to make sure that the rabble stays in their place as spectators, not participants. The basic view goes back much farther. So, for example, long before this, Ralph Waldo Emerson was considering the question of why political leaders are interested in having public education, mass public education was just beginning. And he said that the ground on which eminent public servants urge the claims of popular education is fear. In their words, he says, this country is filling up with thousands and millions of voters, and you must educate them to keep them from our throats, meaning educate them the right way, keep their perspectives and their understanding narrow and restricted, discourage free and independent thought, and frighten them into obedience, something that's done over and over in the schools as well. We've all experienced it. If you go back still farther to the framing of the Constitution, it was based essentially on the same principles. So James Madison, the major framer, his view was that pretty much the same. He said we have to make sure that the public is marginalized because otherwise there'll be trouble. And in fact, you read the speeches in the Constitutional Convention, he urged the convention to think about what would happen in England. That was obviously the model. What would happen in England if they really had a democratic vote? He said, well, what would happen would be that the majority of the population would use their voting power to take away the property of the rich, to carry out what these days we would call land reform. And obviously that would be unjust, so therefore we've got to guard against democracy. Actually, it's kind of interesting that, whether consciously or not, Madison was reformulating an argument that goes back to the first major study of political theory, Aristotle's book Politics. Aristotle reviewed the many forms of government there could be and didn't like any of them, but decided that democracy would be the least bad. He's, of course, mostly thinking of Athens. But he raised the same dilemma. He said there's the same problem that Madison did. He said one of the big problems of democracy is that the majority of the poor would use their voting power to take away and divide up the property of the rich, which is unjust. So Madison and Aristotle faced the same problem, but they drew opposite conclusions. Aristotle's conclusion was we should eliminate inequality, make everyone middle class, more or less. And he proposed actual measures for this, what we would call today welfare state measures, and that would overcome the problem. So reduce inequality, overcome the problem. Madison's solution was the opposite, reduce democracy.
Okay.
Yes, may I?
Yeah.
In this part, he's talking about the engineering of consent and asking the elite to be participant, the active participant, and the majority, the public people, just observer and silent observer, not participant. He talked about school system that ask people to be free of independent thought and obedient and making good servants actually in society by this kind of education, and a kind of education for majority to train people as they want, obedient, independent, free of independency actually, and without any discovery and without critical thinking, and then talk about what the people, thousands of voter in the country that can make a change in the country by taking away the wealth of rich people by their vote. And there's two ideas that one is reduce democracy, and don't let them don't the poor people and the majority and the public to vote, and don't give this right to them to make a decision for rich people. And the other idea is to, what was that? To remove the inequality and keep people in the middle class. And this is what I understand.
Yeah, yeah. So if you notice, Chomsky is reviewing the answers that we have gotten to these questions. Who is education for? What is it for? He's reviewing it kind of like historically. He starts out with the thinking in America in the 1920s, and then now he's going back a century to the 19th century. I don't know if you know the American writer Ralph Waldo Emerson. He's talking about Emerson, famous writer in the United States in the 1800s, who was writing about education. He said, oh, wow, we're going to get public schools and free education. Why? Oh, because of fear. People are there. We're afraid of all these people coming to the United States, new voters, poor people, and that's dangerous. What if they vote to keep? What if they vote to take away all the property? Well, we better educate them in the right way so that they don't do that. And so that's the 1800s, right? So first we're looking at in the 1920s, then the 1800s. Then he says, yeah, it's the same. Further back, let's look at the 1700s, which is the birth of the United States, the Constitution. He calls them the constitutional framers, basically the people who wrote the US Constitution, who created the ideas of the US government. They had a convention, they had a meeting where they all got together and they wrote it together, right, at the Constitutional Convention. And James Madison, he was there and he was the principal framer. A lot of the ideas came primarily from him. And so Chomsky is contrasting two different ways about answering these questions, or answering and describing the purpose of democracy. He says, well, James Madison had the same problem as Aristotle, who wrote the foundational book about this topic, a book called Politics, or The Politics, 2,500 years ago in Athens, in Greece. They had the same question. Democracy has a problem. If you give people the vote, then they're going to take away property from the rich people. And they had different answers. Aristotle said, okay, well, here's my solution. Let us reduce inequality. Let's make it so that people have the same amount of property, because then they won't have to do that. And James Madison said, no, I have a different idea. Let's have less democracy. Let's prevent people from being able to vote that in a way that would do that. And so what we're seeing here is we're beginning to see that you have a free society where people are able to think and make decisions for themselves. They can vote. And in a free society, it becomes necessary, if you can't force people to make the right decisions by hitting them and killing them, you need to do it in a different way, through education. You need to educate. It's a kind of education where actually they're being influenced to think in a certain way and have the right beliefs. So that's the parts that we listened to. Anything that I missed that you want to mention, or any thoughts or questions about that second part?
Actually, it's not the true education, right? It's the way the government or the elite want people and the public to think and control them. So it's not the true education, the real and true education, right?
Well, you and I think probably
ironic, a kind of ironic, or
that's true. That's true. He is being ironic. He's being ironic, exactly.
Ironic. Yeah. Thank you.
Because James Madison is a person in the United States that we call a founding father. The founding fathers were the people who created the United States. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. These are called the founding fathers. And in the United States, they are kind of seen as like, well, bigger than life, very, there is a lot of, I would call it mythology. There's a lot of mythology about them, and they are revered. So the reason it's ironic is because people usually talk about James Madison as being supportive of democracy, more supportive than anybody else. But Chomsky is being ironic when he's saying, oh, well, is he being supportive of democracy? Yes, right. His answer is yes. And that's why Chomsky is being ironic. He's saying it's very unjust. It's not fair to take money away from rich people. That is very anti-democratic. That's Chomsky's irony. Anyone else have a thought? Interesting? Is this topic interesting? Is the lecture interesting? Yeah?
Yes, very, very much. I love it.
James, I actually missed most of the part, so just joined late, so I didn't get anything. And I haven't gone through the link also. I was trying to read in the Discord, then I got some work. So maybe next time, definitely I'll be participating.
The lecture is 2 hours long, and I'm surprised that we only listened to 6 minutes of it. So there's plenty more. There's plenty more to listen to and talk about. I thought we would get through at least like 20 minutes, but that's okay. So we can keep listening to it. You can listen to it on your own. You can read the notes that I have in the channel, James Chomsky class, and we can talk about it. We can keep talking about it either in my daily class or another focus class to talk about this particular lecture.
Yeah, the lecture is 1 hour and a half, and 30 minutes is for question and answer at the end. And it's great. I hope this class being continued, and I can follow with purpose such kind of class. I know what we are talking about. We studied before. We watch it, for example, on YouTube, and then better. I prefer this kind of class that then learner just come and introduce a topic, and then I feel it's my personal idea that maybe sometimes wasting time, but this kind of class is more effective and better. I would love to.
It's a different kind of class. The purpose is different. In this, I would say that the purpose is not just learning English, but it is to learn about this topic of education.
Yeah.
So
yes, and
it's a
I mean, I joined Fatima with that. I'm also interested in such kind of classes.
Yeah. There's a lot here. So even though I've listened to this lecture before, and I've listened to a lot of Chomsky's lectures, and sometimes, you know, certain things he says over and over again, I've heard many times, but then there are other things that he sneaks in that are new for me. And so I like listening to it as well, because I will read through it and I'll say, oh, okay, yeah. And even if it's just one sentence, it can be like the thread of something to investigate. For example, David Hume, First Principles of Government. David Hume is a very important philosopher, but honestly, I don't know much at all about David Hume, to my shame. So it's, you know, there's always something new to learn. Great. Well, I'll leave it there, and we're going to move on next to the Board of Directors meeting. So thanks, everybody. And for the board of directors meeting, I want to just check the schedule about who is the chair today. I think it might be me, but I just want to double check. If you remember, let me know.
Yes, you are the chair.
I am the
it's
chair
mentioned.
today. Okay. Great. So as the chair, I like the style that we've been hosting the board meetings, which is to start off with just mentioning who the board members are and seeing who is present. So board members, members of the board of directors in the group. And even before that, I'll just say again, the structure we have is for 90 minutes, 60 minutes, where it's just the board discussing and other people are free to observe silently. And then the final 30 minutes, it opens up for anybody to speak up. So the members on the board are me, Fatima, Claudette, who I see present. And then we have Ahmed, Nelly, and excuse me. Sorry to leave you out, Munmi. Munmi, that's kind of news, right? So
Of the family.
I'm trying to remember, when did we make the decision? Was it after it might have been after last week's meeting. So is this the first board of directors meeting, or is this the second? Was it?
This is the second, yeah.
Losing track of time. Okay, so great. So we have me, Fatima, Munmi, Claudette, Nelly present, Ahmed not here, and Muhammad Ejbara is on a 1 month leave of absence, and I'm not sure, but I think this is maybe the second, maybe second week of his absence. So since Muhammad Ejbara, the secretary, is not here, do we have a substitute secretary for our agenda? You are doing it, Nelly?
to be secretary.
Great. Do we have any items on the agenda, Madam Secretary?
Just settling myself.
I'm looking at the agenda.
I don't think so.
And I don't
Not
see
in
any.
the channel.
Great. So let's take agenda items from the board live. What would you like to talk about? What do you want to put on the agenda for today?
I'd like to talk about the criteria for membership.
Okay.
The boundaries, the policy.
Any other items for the agenda? And you're adding those to the
yeah, I need to, I just realized.
I would like to add report backs from subcommittees. What are the subcommittees doing? Any other agenda items? No need to stack the deck. There's no other agenda items. We have plenty of time to work on these two. Going once, going twice. Okay, let's start it up. So 2 agenda items. Which one shall we begin with? I'll start with mine. So the subcommittees, we are moving towards it. Oh, well, piece of news. We had a vote in the channel, in the Board of Directors Discord channel, on a requirement, a new requirement for board members. And the requirement is to host at least 1 hour as a chair in the group for organizational meetings. Organizational meetings are, for example, this meeting or subcommittee meetings. The question has come up about the teachers' meeting and the students' meeting. Those are not organizational meetings. Those are meetings that are primarily driven by the members of those categories, right? So the teachers would lead the teachers' meeting and the students would lead the students or learners' meeting. Different than the organization. So organization is led by the board of directors. And so the subcommittees that we have so far are, for example, teacher coordination, treasury. Is there any other subcommittee that I'm leaving out? I don't think so. There may be work that could easily be put into a subcommittee that has not yet coalesced, but for now, those are the subcommittees. And so the idea would be for every board member to choose at least one of those meetings that they will chair for 1 hour and announce it at the beginning of the month so that we have a plan, like we know all of the board members who are planning to be board members for October, we know that they have scheduled at least 1 hour. Or at most, you could do 4 hours at different meetings, chairing different meetings. So at most 1 hour a week per board member. And I know that Ahmed, myself, and now I think Nelly have scheduled their hour. Maybe, oh yes, and Moonmi, you've scheduled an hour for the 28th to the chair of the board meeting. And so I believe that leaves you, Fatima, and you, Claudette, still have some time to think about what you want to do. And the subcommittees, I just want to check in with them about if they have anything for the group. So I'm going to start because I'm doing the teacher coordination meeting. Teacher coordination. Maybe somebody else who's doing teacher coordination can help me and say, what are we doing for teacher coordination? Would anybody like to? Or would you like me to?
I'd like.
Okay.
So the active members, the persons who have said recently that they want to do something in teacher coordination in October, that's Ahmed, James, Moonmi, Fatime, and me. And I have proposed to create, to split the work, to have different areas of responsibility for each 4 different roles, and then assign those responsibilities mainly to one person of those who participate, or split it in some way, but in a clear way. So we don't do the same work or interfere with each other's work.
So we're clarifying the work that needs to be done into roles in the subcommittee, and then saying specifically who in the subcommittee is doing that job.
Mm-hmm. And I think it still needs some work to really, until everyone knows what they want to do and what they are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing that I think we did was we scheduled 4 subcommittee meetings, October on Sundays at 15 UTC, starting from October 9th. We have 4 that Ahmed is chairing. So, and there are other details. I don't think we need to go into all the details of what we're doing, but like just to give a sense, a picture. We're doing something. We're moving forward. So for me, as far as a report back for that subcommittee, that's good for me. I don't know if you or anybody else who considers themselves a teacher coordinator wants to add anything. Sounds means no. Yeah.
This is Munmi. I would like to update the information about the everyday schedule, like if there is any change, or if there is, even if there is no change, like Nelly said, I would like to update everyday schedule.
So I think you're bringing up a live topic in that subcommittee that is being discussed in Discord right now. I know that I haven't caught up with the details of that debate or that option. So I don't know if this is the best place to do it, because it sounds like undecided, and that might be work for this subcommittee to do, to think about and make a decision on that, rather than to do that here. Does that sound okay?
Okay, fine.
Okay. Because yeah, it can get kind of hairy, like detailed, and I think the point of having subcommittees is that we don't bring all of the complexity here. We go out, we deal with some of the complexity outside, and then we bring the primary, the core of the information here, so we're all on the same page about the most important pieces. So we also have the treasury. Would you like to say what the treasury is doing or up to, or?
I'd like to say that, yeah. The Treasury Subcommittee consists of James and me currently, to my understanding. And it also has scheduled 4 meetings for October that I'm chairing. And they are just right after the teacher coordination meetings. So yeah, let's see how that goes. Also Sundays at 16 UTC on Zoom. And
because I don't like weekends. The idea of weekends is you know, I just like to spend my time fighting about Discord. You know, that's my you know. I will see. It feels a little bit much to me personally as a member of the Treasury Committee. I don't even want to look at some of the Treasury channels right now, let alone spend 4 hours this month talking about them, but we'll see how maybe my feelings will change. Okay.
Otherwise, there's still some steady influx of funds to the group. I've pledged $150 US for November, and also I had pledged for October. So, and there's some possibly some student payments coming in for October. So that's the information that the Treasury Subcommittee has to handle in some way. At least record what's happening. I think that would make sense.
Great. Good for now for that subcommittee?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, just so we're on the same page, because I think people were like, what are you talking about? What do I have to do? Claudette, you had some questions about what was being asked of you to do, or what is being expected of board members. It's really, for me, my understanding is it's about organizing the work that we do as board members, and each board member deciding for themselves what they want to do. What is their reason for being a board member? What work are they doing as a board member? And having a way to bring that in through the subcommittees, or through or if not a subcommittee, at least the board meeting. and to take on some responsibility, a minimal amount of responsibility, so that we're all doing something, a minimum amount. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, Fatima was very very consistent and precisely to get me updated in the information. Thank you, Fatima. Yes, it was very clear to me.
Great.
You're
Great.
welcome. Should I, okay, what I'm doing now is I started to record the casual teachers, casual classes. I put them on spreadsheet on Google, and I update it every day. I started from today, and I scheduled being chair for the next week. Board of director, and you confirm that, and that's it.
Great. So people are beginning to do things, chairing subcommittee meetings, chairing the board of directors meeting. That to me seems like a real constructive move forward. And the way again, the way I'm thinking of this is very similar to how we work as teachers, how teachers can have classes, right? They decide what they want to be teaching. And I think it's very similar with the board of directors. We can decide what kind of organizational work we want to be doing. You've got 4 meetings that you can host. You could say, okay, I'm interested in working on teacher curriculums. I'll hold an hour of organization on teacher curriculums, or I'm interested in membership. I want to do an hour of membership. I don't know if it necessarily, if it necessitates the creation of a subcommittee, or whether it even matters, but it could be. We could have a kind of lazy membership subcommittee that only meets one hour a month, but at least just that there is a way for board members to bring in and organize the work that they're doing, and most importantly, say what work they're doing, even if it's just thinking work, and have some discussion about it either in Zoom or even in Discord, even if it was a Discord meeting for an hour. So just planning our work and naming our work.
I'm planning to do the announcement and publishing of classes from 21st of October.
And that is in your role as
that is
a teacher coordinator.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your
announcement of classes. Yeah.
Okay. You, announcement of classes in the schedule channel.
Yes.
So you're taking in
schedule, and then also FB or sending YouTube link, and then in the announcement in WhatsApp, all those publishing.
Yeah, so we post the schedule of classes every day in the announcements, or in the schedule and in the announcements and in the WhatsApp groups. And, that was something that I was doing, a minimum amount of outreach to just, this is what we're having, because people would ask. It's great to do something. And I think that is certainly something. And it doesn't have to be just the way I was doing it. It could be, there could be more places you want to post the announcements. It could also include regularly posting the links for the social media groups, or even checking that the links are updated. I know, like for me, I look at somebody shared the links in our call today, and I know that we have the I can't remember the name of that Russian social media site, but we have the link there. And there's a part of me that says, is that our group anymore? That was owned by Mukhtar. It's not kind of ours, but we're still sharing the link to it. Kind of just housekeeping, like following up on that, either removing that from it. There's always something, there's always a detail to do. All I'm saying is, like, Moonmi, as you have decided to do that schedule posting, you don't have to limit yourself to that. It can be what you think is useful to share and where you think it's useful to share. All right, that's it.
Okay.
So
initially I'm planning to start with this work, and
yeah,
yeah.
You have a start.
I like that. We can share about some days that you says, okay, you don't have to be the whole month, but we can play together. We can work together with as a team. It says, okay, this week I'm going to be working like this, and the other week, because it seems like I'm not doing anything and I'm going to becoming lazy. But you know, I have been struggling about this month so much, and I would like just to participate. And I'm going to be updating. It says, where is about my role going to be functioning in a better way? I don't want to distract and get it. Okay, Nelly, I'm going to take more time consuming and explaining everything like, what are you doing? But Mommy and I, probably we can just, you get familiar with me, and then I can post it. Says, okay, this week I'm going to be in charge, Mommy. Next week you're going to have with the workload, you know, sometimes.
We can do that. We can do that. We can divide the days. Yeah. Just like Nelly will be posting till 20th October, then 21st I will take over. So yeah, we can decide on it. Yeah.
And other new groups in chats, I would like also to include about every day for this meeting.
And Claudette, you say that you're not doing anything, but actually you've been doing more than is expected, because we have not defined what is expected, and the board members have been doing more than that, namely coming to meetings, and that is not required. So you've been coming to the board meetings. You've been doing more than the minimum. So don't be so hard on yourself saying you're doing nothing. And then now as we define what it is that we, right, the idea of having the policy about the minimum is so that it's not that you think, oh, I'm doing nothing, or that we compare, but that we have an objective line where we're all working together to do a minimum that we think makes sense.
Thank you for the work. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that's it on that. Shall we move to the next agenda item? Nelly, would you like to bring in your item on membership?
I'm not still with the previous item.
Oh.
Which
You're,
is the
yeah.
one meeting per month, and I'm not sure if Claudette has scheduled.
I don't think she has.
And she should schedule today. That's the understanding, before the new month starts. Is that right? I just have a mind read that Claudette is not aware of that.
Okay, I think it's also Fatima, right? Fatima has not scheduled. Is that right, Fatima?
No, I scheduled.
Oh, okay, okay.
Fatima is leading the next week's board of directors meeting on Friday, and that counts as well. We have said.
I was choosing the 14th of October, but I knew that James was not going to be here, and I would like that he stays here for next Friday.
What did you say? You know what about me?
You're not going to be here, right? You mentioned something in the YouTube video. I listened about that, the 14th, because I wanted to share about the 14th. Next October the 14th. Let me see when. It's 2 weeks ahead, I think. To say something about October 14, right?
No, I'm not. I don't remember saying that. I'm not sure what you're thinking of.
James said on 9th October he will not be.
The 9th.
Sorry, 9th. No, sorry, 12th October.
October 12th. Okay. I got confused.
I don't know.
Probably.
James, yeah, you mentioned in
No,
classes on that.
Yeah, that's
will
true.
Not be available.
I'm not available for my daily class on the 12th.
Mm-hmm.
Am I frozen?
No.
I won't be available. I'm still working it out, actually. So just hold off on that, and don't plan the it doesn't impact the board meetings at all anyway. So the idea is to kind of like for teachers as well, to schedule, if you don't know or you don't remember, I've also asked teachers to schedule at least 1 hour of teaching for the month to maintain their status as a teacher. So it's the end of the month, it's the end of September. For people who would like to be a teacher in October, I would like them all to schedule at least 1 hour in October by October 1st to be a teacher. Now, I'm not prepared to go around and remove people as teachers right away, because I don't know, there may be teachers who don't know about that, but that's the idea. That's the boundary, is by the end of today, teachers and board members have scheduled at least 1 hour in October. So it's not just you, Claudette, but yes, it would be nice if you made a decision about that as soon as possible. And you know, again, like teacher schedules, if you make a decision and then you want to change it within a week ahead of time, that's okay too. But just to start us on creating a plan. No pressure, unless Nellie wants to put on the pressure again. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's good for that. Are you ready, Nellie? To talk about membership?
I have one issue in between.
Okay.
Claudette said she'd like to work with Moonmi on the announcing the classes, and I'm also I would like to work with Claudette as well, because I have the first 3 quarters of August October where I'm doing this, and I would love to have some help with that. And I'd love to talk with Claudette about how she could support me, maybe 1 day in the week or something like that, or whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
And
where
I would like Claudette to come to the teacher coordination meeting if possible, so we can talk about that on.
Okay, yeah, I'm a little lost. Yes, Nelly, when is that day about the teachers coordination? Is on Sundays?
It's on Sunday at 15 UTC, if that would work.
Perfect. I would be there. Yeah.
It's not tomorrow, but next week, or one of the other weekends in October.
For me, it's 2 days. Yeah, today is Friday.
Oh yeah, sure. Not on the day after tomorrow, but in 1 week is the first one of those.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Or just talk on Discord with me. That's also possible. Whatever.
I'm going to be looking for you in Discord, Nelly. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, if you're done, I'd like to add something to the agenda, which is just, I mentioned it in Discord. I would like to change the category back from, it was students originally, we changed it to learners. I want to change it back to students, and I'd like to hold a vote on that. So if it's all right with you, Nellie, before
sure, I'm done.
I'd like to do that one. Okay, yeah. So it's the member role, right? We have different member roles in the group, and I had been calling it students, made sense to me. The group just wanted to change it to learners. I was outvoted, and I have gone along with it to the best of my ability for the past 2 or 3 months, but I want to see if the group is in the same place around that naming. I just like the word students. It's not, I don't have any big reasoning behind it, but I like students better. So does anybody have anything they want to say about that before we vote?
I agree with the name students because as we have the classroom, and it's very easy for our teachers to identify. I like the word students better. Okay.
Same here. I also agree with the name students, because I think, students makes more sense, or it may bring more responsibility, sense of responsibility. Not just learner is just they can come and go anytime, but when you have student, they have some responsibility and they understand it, I guess.
I like that we have, it's like we have different roles in a classroom. There's the role of the teacher and there's the role of the student. And I also like the word student for that role. And I think maybe I have a mind read of the people who originally wanted to change it to learners, that they wanted to weaken the boundary between teacher and learner or student. Like, yeah, and I actually want that boundary. I think it makes very much sense to distinguish between the person who leads the class and is the teacher, and the person who just participates and is the student. So, yeah.
I also agree with Nelly. Learners means everyone can be learner as a teacher or board of director, but the student limits the role of a student as participant in class. So it's good to change.
All right, so I'm going to host the vote. All those in favor of changing our member role for that category back to student, raise your hand. Yes. Okay, it's unanimous. We've changed it back. Democracy at work. Great. All right, Nelly, would you like to take your item?
One more thing, which is
okay.
I read on Discord that Ahmed said he lost his internet connection and he can't participate on the board meeting. So just wanted to bring that information. And otherwise, I heard James start a topic, which is having good boundaries for members or students in the group. And in this James Green's English Classroom group. And I find the topic really interesting. And I think I have heard somewhere, probably from James, that membership is, or a role is defined by the behaviors that people do. It's a set of behaviors that a people does when they have a role. They act in a certain way or don't act in a certain way, and that's what makes them have that role or have not that role. And so I'm curious about what behaviors we see people do in the group, and whether we want those behaviors, we think that's a good behavior for a member in the group, or whether we think, oh, if somebody's behaving in that way, we want to tell them, please don't do that. That's not you in your member role. You're actually creating problems for the group. And yeah, one of those behaviors that came to my mind and inspired by what James wrote is that there are some people in the group who use the group spaces, like, for example, the mixed levels WhatsApp classroom. They use it to talk about meeting in private, like who is available to talk with me, and then even posting a link to a Zoom room, or just say, yeah, let's meet now, or let's meet at 10. And I think all of that adds some noise to our group. First of all, it's just messages that have no information that's interesting for the other members in the group who are not part of this select private meeting group. But they also need to read those messages or filter them out. That's one problem. And the other problem is that it creates a lot of feelings for people. If I've just joined the group, and if I see, oh, there's some cliques, some people who like each other and meet, and I am kind of on the outside and I don't know how I can be part of that, that can make me very anxious. And so I don't feel really welcome in the group when I see there's those people who meet, but I'm not part of that. So I think that's, I mean, it's not that this is something unnatural. It happens everywhere. But do we really want that in the group? Do we need to bring that extra turbulence? Or can we just say, no, we don't want to do that, talk about our private relationships with other group members inside the group spaces? we can have them, but we don't want to talk about them. Like something like that. Yeah. Okay. That's my ideas, and it was a lot. So anyone else?
Well, so I brought up this topic, and I agree with a lot of what you said, Nellie. I think that there is space, like it could be very valuable to have a membership subcommittee. And it just seems like the energy to do that work is, I'm not sure if it's in the group yet. So for me, thinking about membership is a meaningful way to think about interacting with students. And like one way I'm thinking about it is just even simply, you know, do I want to make it my job to kind of get students to be doing the things I want? Or do I just want to focus on my teaching and focus on like organizing the group, and then students are kind of doing their own thing? And one example of that is like doing the board meeting. Like we have our board meeting, and sure, the students could have their weekly meeting, and they kind of do, but how much energy do I want to put into like propping them up and saying like, come on, you could do it? Or do I just want to leave it to them and say, look, they're not doing it, they're not interested, that's fine. So that's one aspect that I'm kind of going over for myself. Specifically on the behavior of organizing outside meetings, yeah, like there are lots of groups where that's all people might do, is use the group to organize a outside meeting. And as a teacher who has visited those groups, I found them to be very problematic. Now, I had no power there. I just visited. So I would go to, let's say, a space that was people just talking with no teacher. And it was like, it was the Wild West. And I didn't like it. I didn't like it as a participant, and I didn't like it as a teacher. And that's, I mean, largely what informs my concern about just kind of saying, oh, just do whatever you want. You know, it may be that student A and student B are really nice, and they had a, you know, they met in the group and they just became friends, and isn't that nice and great? And then tomorrow, student C is coming in and inviting people in the group into private conversations, and it's not nice, and they're using it for different purposes, and people are complaining that they're meeting people in the group who are harassing them. And we don't have, right, well, what are we going to say? Well, that's your problem because you decided to do it. At least with our classes, when we have a teacher who says, you know, I'm a teacher, we know what's going on, and we can go there too. Now, there's all kinds of examples that I can imagine. I mean, people love to bring it, you know, they love to explore the edges, because the edges are where some of the interesting things go on. You know, there might be someone who just hosts a class. They say, well, I'm a teacher. I would like to be a teacher in the class, and I'd like to host, and just, I'm only inviting this one other person. Nobody else is invited. Well, would we want that? Or do we have like a minimum, like if people are teachers in the group, do, you know, what do we want from those teachers? Is it okay to do one-on-one classes? There's all kinds of things we can think about. But even the fact of hosting the WhatsApp groups, even forget about meeting outside, I still wonder about the value of doing that. There's people there chatting, and I mean, people can chat anywhere. I don't know if it's really valuable for us to do that in any way. I'm still thinking about it. So I'm done. Anybody else have thoughts on this? My sense is that the other board members are pretty laissez-faire, like, let people just do whatever they want. Why do you care? Maybe that's my mind read.
Yeah, mine read is not true.
Not true.
Not true. Yes, I also agree with you that there's a lot of disturbance when I don't say like some hosts should be there, but yeah, when they get freedom, like Nelly said, so some people can talk on chat on something, but we are not interested, and it's really a disturbance, a lot of noise for us. So I think we can think of something.
I do think it reflects on our group. If somebody comes to our group and is invited into a space from our group and have a bad experience there, it's associated with our group. And if we don't like, there was a woman who was posting her Zoom link. I don't know her. She's never come here. I've never talked to her. I don't know anything. Her class might be wonderful. It might be horrible, but for her to be inviting people there without knowing about it and without being in dialogue with her, I think is not a good policy to have.
Yes, and I agree with you and Nelly, especially with Nelly, about creating some feeling in group. That's why these two people joined this meeting, but not me, and excluding other members. So it makes sense to create a boundary for not inviting people out of the group and creating a Zoom meeting. It must be a policy, I think.
Yeah.
James,
For
may I?
membership as well, we need a membership policy. Like, for example, a student who attends a Zoom meeting once a month, one meeting, we can consider them as a student or with open camera. So the student that never open camera, and I think it must be a boundary for them to at least one time open their camera and know them and see them. Consider them as a student. For teacher, one class in a month, teaching by teachers for board of director. We have boundaries for board of director and teachers, but we don't have policy for students. So I think Zoom meeting is a good place for creating such boundaries for students to attend them there or not.
Hold on, Claudia. I just want to say one thing. Like, one thing I could imagine, right? Because it's not that I don't want to have other people going to other classes, but we might have like a channel where other people who teach could put their information there. But we might have a requirement that in order for you to do that, you need to be a teacher in the group. And so that way, we know that person is at least teaching for 1 hour in the month, and there's some presence in our group. Not just that they're using the group to advertise outside. So if they have a presence in the group, they're a teacher in the group, they're teaching for 1 hour a month, then they have a link to their other space that they do, you know, okay. And then we can see, okay, so this person is kind of doing something similar. We can imagine maybe they're doing something similar in their outside group that we're directing people towards. That makes more sense to me.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Claudette also wanted to speak.
Yeah.
For a while.
Go ahead. Which of you wants to go?
You go first. I keep it in my. I don't forget about what I'm going to say. Okay, Nelly, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say that something like that happened with Taquim or something like that. He scheduled his first class in our group. I announced it on the Facebook group for our 2,000 people, and then he canceled his class and he never scheduled another class. And now I got an invitation to a private class where he's that Facebook group that's called Taquim Teaches. So yeah. I felt a bit annoyed about that.
Yeah. We've had that. I mean, that happens many times, right? And it does feel, I feel a little bitter about it, especially when the teachers didn't make much of an effort to teach here or to follow up on plans that we made. And then they're just doing their own thing. Well, okay. I mean, it's fine of course, right? People are all free to do their own thing, but we don't have to be the host, for all these people who just want to piggyback on us, because then our back gets very heavy.
I'm also getting offer from Vietnam. I don't know who is sending, I don't know, for teaching from Vietnam. I don't know, but must be from the group only, since I'm not in other groups. I don't know who sent. Also a lot of business from other people. I'm not responding.
It can happen. Well, talking about different topics that you brought here, and I really agree about what you're saying, because it's a lot of work to create this space, James, and I thank you for having this space and whatever. You are bringing many ideas here, because I saw that you have an organization, and it's nice to somebody copies, okay? But they can do it and then be invited. I would like that some groups, I can post it there in the chats, and I can invite you to be one event probably, and that's going to be expanding about that part. But also once they stay in our group and they can participate here. Just bring it him first here, and then we can go to another chats or other places. When I took my time, because I was exploring, I am not so much about technology. And when I first entered in the chats, I was so much disappointed and frustrated and angry to see that was not sense. It was like a nightmare for me to be in the chats, because everybody talks about many things, and I have like 100 messages, and I can handle all of them, and I couldn't integrate it there. And when I wanted to integrate it, some people were aggressive, and that's another part that is really frustrating. And I wanted to get out of all the media. Believe me, about 1 month ago, I say, I don't want to be in any place. I want just to stay with my classes in my country. I wanted to explore this part, because I told you, James, that you need to have a very big gut to have handling all this stuff, because when you invited me to get it in the training for that, and then I get a lot of virus in my computer, and I couldn't enter, and I said, oh no, James, I cannot even attend your class for the training, because I have a mess in my computer. I lost a lot of information, and I couldn't handle all those things. So I was struggling with so many things. So I am on the way. The last Friday, I just finished, because I need to run away to pay the workers. And then I just closed. It was my fault. I'm so sorry, because I did that. And many things I'm discovering, many things are passing, and I want you to be just as easy with me. Yes, Nelly, I know that I want to get it, because I saw you that you were doing an excellent work, and I didn't want to interrupt with you in a med, so that's what I didn't integrate. But I feel like you're more patient, and also Mommy, I want us to have the time for you and me, and be participating all together. That's why we're here, yes. And I want to be integrated in one way or the other, but just to be a little patient with me, with my way to understand, okay? And pick it up, all the information.
Yeah, we are all learning. We are each of us learning depending upon what we already know and what our interests are. We learn by participating about this group, about ourselves, about the internet. I mean, I'm learning, like when I teach in other groups, sometimes other groups, they say, you can advertise your whatever, your social media or whatever. And I think, you know what? No, thanks. I won't even bother, because I like having the ability to travel around and go and teach in other groups, and not just have one place where I am, because I want to think of myself as being separate from this group. I don't want this group. It's the group is named after me, but there's a part of me that would like to move in a different direction, where this group has its own identity, and I have my separate identity, and I work within it, but that the group is not, associated with me, where everything that the group does is like, well, that's James doing it, because it's not, and I don't want it to be. So, yeah, go ahead.
What about changing the name to Joining Game English Academy?
The
Like
Joining
we had
Game
this-
Academy, yeah. The Joining Game Academy.
No, James, thank you, James. I remember one day that he was invited with the Arabic people, and I was just next to him all the time. And I said, what's going on? I was expecting that all the other members open their cameras, and I was next to him all the time. It was so embarrassing. And I said, why are they doing that? Yeah, okay. Yes. Things happen in technology, right?
Different groups have different assumptions, different things go on. And maybe we do want to change it to Joining Game Academy or something else. Yeah, so keep I haven't forgotten about it, but the idea for me is the most important, which is that there is some freedom actually in not advertising ourselves everywhere, and just letting ourselves do some work, and then through word of mouth, people are interested or people are not interested. I'm telling you, I keep getting messages from people in WhatsApp, endless messages of people who want me to help them join the group, and I want them to join the group, and it's not a priority. Don't know where they're finding me. I don't know, and I don't know why they are having difficulty on their own, and it's not a priority. I would like it to be done, but can't do everything. And so we're
You never know.
huh?
You never know, right? Probably you can be in one of the universities in Tech in Monterey, and I can invite you to an event for people from here that they have in the university. And that would be incredible. That would be amazing to explore that area.
Sure. I think what I'm trying to say is that the people who are saying they want to be able to organize their private meetings and things in our group, we can't stop them. People are going to organize private meetings who want to do that. And I think we've made some progress in decide, like, if I see that people are meeting outside of our group, I don't want to punish them. I don't want to chase them down and say, I know that you are meeting outside of the group, so now I'm kicking you out of this group. No, but in our group, organizing our spaces and things that we do in our spaces is important to me. That's it.
I heard Claudette say that she was overwhelmed with all the messages in the text spaces in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And I must confess that I have never read all the messages that came into Discord during the Shifani era and before. I think it really started out with lots of messages, and it has simmered down to an amount of messages that works for me. So I'm reading most of the messages that are currently, or everything that's currently posted, or almost, yeah. And yeah, I love that it has come so far. And I see a lot of what helped the process was probably all the Zoom meetings, but also on Discord having the Joining Game channel where sign up is very active in just summarizing and continuing. And I was always wondering if sign up would be on WhatsApp, would be doing that on WhatsApp, if the WhatsApp group would have made the same progress, or if it's just that there's too many people who are unfamiliar with what we are doing there, such that it's getting hard. But yeah, I wonder. I mean, I know there is a WhatsApp group called the Joining Game, and it's horrible. But I wonder if we could, if it might be a worthy project to put some manpower there, to just have someone who always summarizes and builds and models what can be done. And yeah, like if that would lead to a meaningful conversation over time.
That would be good. Yes, Nadi. When we have a lot of energy, we can just explore and get all the energy there. Yes. But when you have many activities and other things, I think to follow all the messages. I didn't mean that I'm not interested in listening and reading and getting involved in all those messages. I really like about the board of directors that they were reading, but I just wanted to follow everything. And I said, wow, okay, just about pass about 1 day or 2 days, and I want to be updated, and I want to join somebody or make summarizing about somebody. It was so difficult for me. I don't know why. Maybe because I had many things in my mind and was just distracted, and yeah, probably that happened.
I don't think I'm following what I know to be true, and which I'm better at doing in Zoom. But even in Zoom, yeah, so we limit it to 1 hour a day, or I limit my teaching to 1 hour a day in general. But that is, even that is a lot. That's what I'm finding. And it has a cost. And one of the costs I see as a teacher is maybe, for example, not doing the Noam Chomsky class, or not doing a philosophy class, which is what I might be more inclined to do if I was more focused and said, okay, this is the class that I'm offering. And I think it's even worse in WhatsApp, trying to do everything and include everybody, and then having all these messages that I cannot keep up with and cannot respond to. And so winding up having a kind of mess that is disorganized and is not really moving forward, where I've put my name to it, and then it's not developing because it doesn't have the boundaries necessary for development to take place. And I'm, in a way, leading people down a dead end. And that's why I'm more inclined towards just closing it, or doing less classes on Zoom even, so that the classes I do offer, I'm leading towards real development.
That's great. I agree with you. I don't know the purpose of WhatsApp groups, WhatsApp them, beginner group, intermediate group, mixed group, advanced group. I think that just announcement group is enough, and board of directors, but the other group is not, because they're just random talking, nothing special. I left Joining Game because I didn't find anything special there.
Yeah.
And also I like the idea of teaching a specific topic, like Noam Chomsky or philosophy or whatever, a specific topic.
Yeah.
Even if it's 2 days a week or 3 days a week, I think it's much save the energy, and it's more meaningful. And you have your own students, and it would be better in helping to education people, to educate people, I think.
So that's my learning.
Yeah, even if I wanted just to take about the basic level of the WhatsApp group for teaching, people, they don't really appreciate it, and then they just do it whatever they want it, and that's so hard, and it feels like I'm just wasting my time there and my energy, so that's not worthy for me. So I don't want just to go there in there right now.
One thing I like about the WhatsApp groups is that the classes that Muhammad Usama teaches and the ability, the possibility that he can teach there, I like that. I think they are good classes.
Yeah, that's a totally different setup.
1 week.
Is this
Yeah.
any other group? I think I'm not in the group.
Really? No, well, it's in the mixed levels group, and he does it in the
Okay,
mixed levels
I'm not
group, and
there.
it's for 1 hour. So it's because it's targeted, totally different setup than just an open-ended conversation without a teacher. Okay, so it's been 60 minutes, and the conversation is now open up to anybody here, non-board members as well as board members. So feel free to come on in. I'm so excited to shut down the WhatsApp groups.
Thank you.
So excited.
I'm so happy you are thinking about some different type of classes or philosophy. At least I will get some chance to participate. I feel so jealous when others could participate in your philosophy class and I couldn't.
I didn't have the chance either, mommy. So I lost that piece, that part. Fatima, that was a brilliant idea to bring about the new philosopher and writer. I'm going to, the part that I was listening, I really felt so attracted to him. And
The education for who and for what talk?
yeah, because we pass in very similar in Mexico here. The education is very similar in the way that he was thinking. And realizing about how is that the structure and what the mind is there and how people manipulate the brain. It's wonderful to see that in that way. To understand. Well, back to the group.
I need to just step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Fatima, I have a mind read for you. May I?
Yes.
I listened in the YouTube channel that you are planning to take your time and wanted to quit about the board of directors. You were something.
Yes.
I thought. Are you still in the same way, or did you change your mind now?
It started, feeling create thinking. So sometimes I think based on my feeling, and that feeling disappeared. I felt better now, and no, I want to continue my work. But 1 day or maybe 2 days, I was thinking about leaving. Yes, based on my feeling.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to come back to the thing Fatima said about what would make someone a student in the group. That they would participate once a month on a Zoom class actively with video on. And I have also heard that James is exploring the idea of setting a boundary for someone to participate for, I think, 10% of all offered classes, and that would make them a part-time learner or something like that, and full-time learner more. And yeah, I I'm applying that. I'm considering that from my role as student in the group, and I would not be a student then in the group under these conditions.
You mean if the requirement was to participate for 10% of the classes offered?
Yeah, I think that was 12 classes back then when we
Yeah.
had lots of classes, but maybe it's now it would work, but if we get more classes again, it wouldn't work again for me. So yeah. And I don't know if I have to be a student in the group. I mean, I can be board member and a teacher, that's plenty. But I wonder what happens with people who are like me, who like to come to a class once a week and commit to that. I've been doing that for a couple of months now. And I think it makes sense. I mean, many things you can learn in the world, you participate, go to a meeting once a week or to a class once a week and you learn something. And so, yeah.
It just makes sense to me that if I as a teacher or I as a board member take somebody participating seriously, like it matters enough to me to know that somebody's participating, I think it makes it easier for the student to take their participation seriously. Whereas if I'm kind of saying, oh, you're just another student, I don't even know your name, maybe you were here, maybe you weren't, then for them too, they can say, well, it doesn't really matter if I'm here or not.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I remember about 2 months ago, I stayed 6 hours when there were like a lot of classes, Nelly, where you were putting all the hours there, and I didn't want to skip one, and I was trying to help, and you learn a lot from other people, other teachers and other students, and then you get very familiar. And Arif, thank you, because you were looking for me during the week and says, are you going to be in the board of directors? And I say, yeah, I will be there. So students also motivate board of directors, believe me. And if you listen, I like to listen the participants and the students here a lot. And so when I have the chance and I can respond them, of course, they know that I'm always busy, but they are patient with me. And yes, Arif, thank you for contact me during the week. Yeah.
I have a mind read that Arif contacted you in private. Is that right, Claudette?
Wow, he is in Facebook, he's in all the apps, and I say, wow, great.
She is my Facebook friend. Yeah, by seeing her profile picture, I couldn't recognize it's our clouded or other clouded. That is on in Messenger. I called her, and when she received, by hearing her voice, I said that, oh, you are our clouded. I thought that you are another clouded. That time she was very happy and she talked with me 20 minutes in audio on Messenger. And on that time I said her that, yeah, you are a valuable person in James group, and you one day time you said that maybe you will not last long in the board of director, or you, and I request her that no, you should stay on, because in this group we got benefited and we like all the board member. You should stay on. Yeah, I said that, not passing any information.
So some people are very active in Facebook, as you probably know. I know Nani is very active in Facebook. If I didn't know any better, I would think that Nani had a program where she can, where she's.
One thing
I'm telling you, you're ruining my punchline, Arif. You interrupted. I had a joke.
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay,
What?
Go Go ahead.
No, just
okay. Yeah, maybe some person they are posting bad news to Nani. That is on. 2 days before, I text message Nani, how are you doing? Then she reply me that yeah, I am great, but what do you want to say? Then I said that just come in James group, but because we miss all the members, we miss you. Then she said me someone, he couldn't said the name. Sorry, he didn't say the name, but she said to me, Nani said to me that someone saying her that you are portraying bad idea about Nani, and she was very angry. After that,
Arif.
Yeah.
I cannot follow your anaphors. You're with over the he and they and she and the mystery person. The story has just melted down into a pile of goop. I don't know what you're talking about, other than that you're trying to get Nani to come in back to the group.
because of lot of pronoun. Yeah.
Yeah, too many pronouns, not enough grammar. So
No, I would like to say that Nani, maybe someone is giving to Nani bad information. That the reason Nani is
you are giving Nani bad information.
No,
I've
no,
already
no.
you just told us. You said everybody wants Nani to come back. That's bad information. Believe it or
that's
not.
bad information.
It is bad
That's
information.
not bad information.
Okay,
This information help to get in this group Nani again.
I don't want Nani to come back.
But I'd love to come back her.
Well, so that's why it's bad information, because you don't care.
Okay.
I have nothing against Nani, but that's not how I work. We don't send out troops to go and pull people back to the group. Your activity to get Nani back may seem kind of innocent, and in a way it's innocent, but actually I know that the impact of that is probably has the opposite effect of what you think. It probably pushes her further away. And as Munmi has said, and as others have said, and even Nani has said herself, so many people have reached out to her to try to pull her back. All of that energy is actually pushing her out to sea, pushing her further and further away. If all the people, and I don't know, who knows, maybe it's just a fantasy, who knows, but if you were to talk about wanting Nani back inside the group, which I have not heard you talk about until maybe right now, that would make space for the thing which is preventing Nani from being here. It would work on the thing. I don't have time to go into it in detail right now, but we've talked about what pushes people out of the group. There's forces which push people out of the group, and the biggest force that pushes people out of the group is them feeling alone here, feeling that whatever they feel and want and experience, they're alone with that nobody else has that. And so when people talk about Nani or other people, rather than joining them, they will have that experience more and more, that they are alone here and that there's no reason to be here. And people don't quite understand that. And they have their well-intentioned but very destructive behaviors for the group to go and pull people in, to pull people back. Very
Yes, thank you, James. That is included me, that is space, to have the space for the feeling, because we are feelings and emotions, and just to take my time and center in myself and say, what do I really want and how can I participate and continue? That is a great gift for me, and it's very understandable. And thank you for having that space, and then just in ourselves, how can we deal, because it's internal work and everything comes inside us. And we have different experiences. And to take our time is the most beautiful gift.
I have also realized, and I stopped bringing people back. I don't even try, and I am planning. I mean, I'm putting those energy inside the group for the development.
Yes, last week I mentioned that I wanted to bring everybody here back again, and I wanted to be working, but I know that everybody needs their own space, and they need to realize what they really want. And
yeah, I just felt, suppose if I want to leave the group, I don't want anyone's interference or pushing.
Yeah.
Great.
The way you've said it made me, I know how I want to say it now, right? It's the same principle in the class where I say, you want, right, Munmi, if you want Claudette to talk, you talk. If you push on Claudette to talk, push, that's what I call pushing her boat out. It makes it harder for Claudette to talk. It's the same thing. If you want somebody to be in the group, you come into the group. Rather than pushing somebody else to be in the group, when actually you are in fact not in the group, your ability to undo whatever is preventing you from being in the group, or you like Arif, like you, whatever is preventing you from coming into the group and saying, I really love Nani and I really miss her. There's something blocking you from doing that. And undoing that restraining force is exactly the thing that makes it easier for people to be in the group, because you are now doing it rather than asking other people to do the work of getting into the group, right? You get into the group. No, you get into the group. No, we work on ourselves, whatever it is. I want to be here, I don't, the decision to be here, managing the schedule, confronting difficult feelings, confronting me if I'm creating boundaries, all of those things that may make it challenging, we learn how to manage it for ourselves, not push other people to manage it.
yes, and talking about if I received many from Facebook, from WhatsApp, when I just turn on my cell phone and I appear, and I am very welcome. So if I have time, I can answer, no problem for me. Okay, so everybody's just open when they have the time, and I have the time, and I can answer. Yes, so feel free, okay, to talk to me.
Back to my joke. When I scroll through Facebook, I can almost click on anybody, like anybody on Facebook. I just click on them, and without fail, Nani is there saying congratulations. I mean, there are thousands of messages across Facebook of Nani saying, hi, congratulations, you know, and I'm exaggerating, but we all choose about where to put our energy. It's not me to police somebody who wants to go and connect with people on Facebook. There's a way of connecting with people on Facebook that some people like to do. Before we even created this group, when I was trying to organize some of the energy on Facebook, I did, you might have seen, remember a group called, I don't know, something like Worldwide English Practice Group in Facebook Messenger, something like that. And it was such a nightmare using Messenger that I just abandoned that group. Well, people are still there sending messages like, hi, hello, how are you? And I thought, should I delete it? Should I just leave it myself? You know, it's like, how long is this going to go on? You know, and of course, Nani is there. Like Nani is there just talking to random people saying, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? And I, you know, it's like, I see that and I just want to say, like, really? Like, you can't, well, whatever's going on there, I don't know, but I don't want to make it my business. It's really not my business anymore.
I have one last idea which I'd like to place. When I looked at the new calendar or the other calendar that we could have, I saw that it's not just a calendar, but it's like a scheduling tool where students can register with I'm participating in this class, and I think that would be interesting if we create, if we encourage students to register, to make an account at that site, and then really say, I'm participating in class ABC. I plan to. They don't have to show up, but yeah, just that then the teacher knows, and they can also, it's like in a company, you have the employees, everyone, they can share they can create their own calendar and they can share it with the group. And then teachers can see, oh, this person can be on camera and fully present at from 14 to 16 UTC, for example, and the other person can do it at another time. And then maybe, yeah, it might be easier for teachers to find the time where they put their class. So
this software is a kind of, it's like you can register for events on the calendar.
I think so. I haven't really studied it. You can create a collective, a group that works together, and then this group members can say, you can share your own calendar with the group, and then you can also participate in common meetings like the classes.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah, then we would like to explore a little bit that. Probably that's going to be working.
So that's what I was thinking of trying to do, like when I started doing my philosophy class, where I might have some classes which are open and some classes which are like committed to, like the students who do it commit to it. And it would require some planning on my part to say like, well, okay, so then I've got to keep track of the attendance. I've got to keep track. I've got to have like a clear plan for like, so how many classes, if they don't participate, to then exclude them or things like that. I still see value in that. Like it goes back to the same thing as being a member in the group as a student, being a member or a participant in a class. And it is work, but it might be worthwhile doing, or at least doing sometimes.
We are still struggling to do that work for the teachers to really make sure, oh, the teacher has been there and has taught their scheduled class, their planned class. So if we try to do that for students, it's the 100 times the amount of work. So I guess we can work on the teachers for now.
I was thinking the other night, I don't know if maybe it's a fantasy or it's something like I was thinking, I said, how can I join and help Nelly? I said, well, I would like to take all the teachers that they are unpaid teachers, and I'm going to be handling, like taking by the hand. I says, okay, you're going to schedule these classes, and I would like to just concentrate on them, only the teachers that they are unpaid classes that they are offering. And the rest, the other teachers go in another area for the paid classes. So that's going to be like separating teachers that they are paid teachers and the other teachers that they don't.
Means Claudette, you meant to say, means you want to separate the paid classes and unpaid classes, and then handled by different person.
Yeah, like two, for example, you and mommy work with the people that they are unpaid teachers. So me and Fatima work with the unpaid teachers, and
that's a good idea actually. Yeah.
Like that one. And then let's say Nelly and the treasury and everything go with that one. So we concentrate and give more like personalized about the work for
yes.
that they are concentrating this and the students, and this about the other one. So divided work. Probably that's going to be helpful. I don't know. I know I have a lot of things to do in my house and my work and my life, but I
think that will be easier for everyone. I don't know. I mean,
to be honest, I don't know what you're talking about. I just heard one thing, which is paid teachers and unpaid teachers, and I just wanted to say there's no category we use called paid teachers or unpaid teachers. There's paid classes, but anybody could have a paid class or an unpaid class. So I just wanted to nip that in the bud, and then the other things you said I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is I want to concentrate with the teachers that they want to give the volunteer classes, right? I just wanted to separate them and schedule, okay? But that doesn't mean
should be easy now because we're not paying anybody.
Okay.
So there is only one category, unpaid.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering how I could be working about that. And I said, well, it's going to create a lot of mess. And I said, well, maybe that's not a good idea. Yeah, but I want just to handle one part and then concentrate and take it by the hand until the end and having more realizing. And but I'm going to attend Sunday. Yes, Nelly, with the teachers meeting. Well, it's time for me. It's 12:25. Again, I have to.
Today you are not host, so you can leave.
Yeah. I'm the co-host, so you're going to continue. Thank you. I really.
As I was joining, today, I just saw who is the host today.
Yes, I'm not a host.
So that mistakes the.
Okay. Bye.
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 There's a part of me that would like to go to the Worldwide English Practice Group classes and spy on them, but it just hasn't been worth it. It's not worth my energy. Similarly for Mukhtar and Rama's group, part of me is like, what are they doing? They have a schedule. Are the classes interesting? And then I realized that it's I have only so much energy.
I saw somewhere maybe that app VK or what there I saw. I mean, I didn't see the video, but it's this just randomly I was seeing that Bill was there. I think Bill was teaching something, and I was wondering. I mean, he is here in the group. He could have contributed here also. I was just thinking.
Yeah, well, like I said, no, Bill
Because
Bill has been participating with them consistently.
And I mean, he is here in Discord, but he's no more participating here. I mean, like he doesn't exist here.
He's a nomad.
Well, actually, that it is an issue for me that the Discord is filled with people who don't participate. I would like to remove people who no longer participate in Discord, just because it's like I think it's a good idea. How to do it and when to do it, it's a different story. There's actually a very easy way to do it. There's a button. You can just say people who have not participated or have not been seen in the last 30 days. You can just remove them all. And we could talk about that.
Or create a new server.
Or create a new, yeah, that has been a solution that I've used in the past. Rather than trying to weed it out, just saying, hey, everybody, if you're still participating, come to the next server. Otherwise, we'll just leave you here. Or, you know, yeah. Thank you.
Then they can have private talk there.
Yeah, yeah.
The one you live.
Well, then I close it. I leave it as a record, so people who are there, they can still look at it. But
always ladies is update and male is backdated.
What?
No, I see board member. There is 7 board member, and among them 5 are female. That's the reason I said that always ladies updated and male they are backdated.
Because you are backdated.
I'm
But
always keeping count
No,
about
he
the
wants
amount of
to
men
say-
and women.
He wants to say ladies are
Classes.
more active than the male. You mean to say that? Right?
They're gaining power because Fatima has said it. Women are the better people.
Yeah.
Yes,
Women
I
are-
still believe so, yes.
Natural
course.
that we gain more influence.
Even though our prime minister is female.
Yeah.
And
Women in power.
British
Men
prime
ver-
minister,
men-
British prime
men-
minister also female.
Men versus women. At the next class, we'll
Next
talk
class,
about it.
yes, it's already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Bye, everybody. That's the
Bye.
meeting. Bye.
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 Okay.